All right, welcome everybody. We are live from Newton Falls, Ohio. It is 2024's edition of the Static Monsters competition. Static Monsters, if you're in the strongman community, is something that everybody looks forward to every year. It's kind of like the powerlifting meet globally for the strongman community. You've got 2 lifts. That's it. You've got a log clean and press. You've got an 18-inch axle deadlift. Unlike other typical strongman competitions, it is just 2 events. So we're going to have all these athletes. We've got about 30 athletes from around the area, a couple different states represented here. They are going for 3 attempts on each of these implements to see who can get the top score. The fun part about Static Monsters is this is not only a local competition. This is worldwide. So we've got about 30 plus, a little over 30 competitions around the entire world, represented so far as Europe, Iceland. We've got some South America representation. We've got a lot across North America. All the way in Asia, we've got tons of different competitions really vying for their local show representation and the victory there. But it's more about the world stage. So this is an opportunity for athletes to get recognized kind of on a global level. Of course, we are competing for the top lifts locally at this Ode show here. And we're going to take a look at some of the athletes coming up. We've got some really impressive numbers just from the warm-ups that we've been seeing behind us here. But what a lot of people are keeping their eyes on is the global rankings, that leaderboard at the very top for the world rankings. And if you're going to ask, hey Sean, why is Static Monsters interesting? Well, a guy named Mitch Hooper, if you're familiar with that, kind of taken the strongman world by storm the past couple years. 2021, during COVID times, Static Monsters online qualifying competitions, that was really the most of what was going on for a little bit there. So Mitch Hooper, that was kind of the breakout year for athletes like that to come out. So he dominated the rankings that year, and that kind of propelled him further onto this stage. So this is a great opportunity for more local athletes to get recognized for their static strength. Again, this is just a representation of static lifts from the floor. Obviously, they're still dynamic. They're just on a deadlift platform. They're not moving anywhere. They're not throwing anything. It's a log clean and press and an 18-inch axle deadlift.
That actually fixed a lot of that.
So if you're joining us just starting from the live stream here, we're going to get started in a couple minutes. We've got the athletes warming up their last couple attempts just to get the cobwebs shaken off, the rust out. My name's Sean Fuller. I'm here with Dante Percharlo Productions. He's off camera here. There he is. Running the live stream for you here, bringing you the action for the next couple of hours.
Right. Freeze up some blood flow.
Been fortunate enough to broadcast last couple events that 580 Barbell over in Pennsylvania has put on. So if you're familiar with Polar Express, the Battle at the Bridge regionals for Strongman Corporation. Been lucky enough to call a couple shows. Also, I'm a strongman myself. Competed at the national level and was fortunate enough to win last year for the USS Strongman Corporation 308 class. So a little bit of the background here. I've gotten comments the last couple of streams, who the heck is this guy and why is he qualified to commentate? I don't know if I am, but I've done a couple of things in the sport so far. Looking to keep going. Seeing the last couple warm-up lifts from some athletes here, I'm expecting some big things out of these folks. I've been creeping on the Instagram. We've been poking around asking folks what they're expecting out of today. This is a really good opportunity for people just to peek on 2 lifts, really get the most out of what they're able to do on these things. So we'll kind of talk about the rules as we go. We're obviously starting with the log clean and press here. If you're from the powerlifting space, you're going to find some similarities here. So athletes are going to have 3 attempts. Sound familiar? 3 attempts to find the heaviest lift that they can complete. Show control, lock it out, call it a good lift, and that total is going to be added to both lifts. So your score for the log lift plus your score for the axle deadlift is your aggregate score. That's what's going to put you in a certain place on the global rankings. So people are chasing the biggest total that they can probably get. As we're starting to get the log area prepped for athletes to start their first selections.
We got people.
Should be able to see it on the screen pretty soon. You'll see 2 platforms. You've got one large metal behemoth-looking log on the left side of your screen. That log is custom made. It's been welded and soldered to perfection. It looks insane. It's perfectly balanced. It looks metal. It looks heavy. It looks hard. When I say metal, obviously the material, but it looks like something that came out of a Mad Max movie.
Yeah, once in a while.
Having had a chance to actually touch the log, it is a perfectly balanced log. It's going to be a perfect way to show these athletes' strengths.
I don't think so.
The knurling's great on the inside. There's no top heaviness. There's no awkward weight distribution. Just a cool looking log. On the right side of your screen, you're going to see a wooden log, more traditional style, having the rope kind of twined around each side. Log on the left is going to be 200 pounds empty, so every athlete taking their attempt on that left side is going to be at least 200 pounds for a log clean and press. On the right side of your screen there, we've got the wooden log that's about 95 pounds or so. So athletes starting in that space will be, at a minimum, cleaning and pressing 95 pounds. We'll get more into the deadlift the closer we come to that, but we're going to get all these athletes through the log and clean and press first, and we're going to move on to that second event.
Where I'm like, okay, let's get it over.
So while we're still waiting, we can kind of talk about the rules for this event. It's pretty straightforward. Athletes are going to have 60 seconds to complete the lift after being given the go-ahead from the judge and ref. So what that means is hands off the log, they approach the platform, make eye contact with the judge, ready to go, awesome, let's get it. As soon as they start touching the log, they're going to have 60 seconds to actually complete one good rep. Now, what does one good rep mean? That's when it starts to get a little bit more complicated. So a good rep, in the simplest terms, is just pressed overhead and locked out. So what that means is a nice controlled, fully extended elbows, and for those that might not be able to fully extend their elbow, they have to tell their judge beforehand. It is locked out above the head is through, there's control shown, and the weight is not moving. So any momentum is dead, it is a good lift. Control it back to the pad. It's been noted in these rules that if you just drop it from the top of your head, you get a no rep. If it causes damage or starts to roll away, there's possible punitive action. So athletes have to make sure that they control it from the top of the lift down. Specifically when we talk about control, just guide it back to the pad. We've got pretty hefty crash pads supporting these athletes under the log here. Doesn't mean we just want to drop it from 6, 7, 8 feet up in the air. We want to control it back to the floor as best as is reasonable. And I think that's pretty straightforward to assess given the situation. Every competitor is going to have 3 attempts. So very similar to powerlifting. If you make your first attempt, let's just say on the left log, we've got a 200-pound log clean and press. Get the good rep, awesome. Get back in line. At that point, you will call your next weight. So maybe you want to take a smaller jump to 220. Maybe you want to risk it a little bit for your second attempt and go to 240. What you can't do is go down. So if you attempt 200, that's your first called shot. And you miss 200, you're locked at 200. You can't drop it down to 175, 180. So even though it's just 2 events and it's just 2 static lifts, there's still a lot of strategy involved. You kind of have to know where your competition is lifting. You have to know what you're targeting for a top-end lift. The powerlifters familiar with this will know that event selection and lift selection, it's so much of the actual competition. There's a lot of, not really calculus, but math that goes into it, strategy that goes into it. For those attempting to PR, typically, and we'll get into this more when we start to look at how the athletes are making their selections, typically what you want to do is your first lift, you want to get something that's pretty comfortable to do in training. If you're familiar with the RPE scale, or the rate of perceived exertion, you're looking for probably a 7 to an 8. Something that comfortably you can do is a little heavy, a little strenuous, but it's not taxing. taxing you. You just want to get a point on the board. You want to get your confidence up for that first rep. The second jump is the one that gets a little tricky because either you want to get, based on how that first lift feels, you want to go up a pretty decent amount to make sure you're peaking towards that third and final lift. Or you want to play it safe if it didn't feel great. Just get a really solid lockout on that second attempt. We'll get into that more, but you've got 3 attempts to get the biggest lift you possibly can.
Like, I'm it's a third year, back out first. Like, fine.
There is no minimum weight increase. Talk about that in just a minute as we start our first athletes here.
We get to start them at their base weights.
Event organizer Calvin Vaughn's getting everybody pulled together. Getting all the volunteers pulled together. We've got a great staff of loaders, scorekeepers, judges to make sure everything's running smoothly here. One of the best parts, you guys can't see how this is set up, but at least at the broadcast station, we are positioned directly in front of where they're making their lift attempts. So we're going to be able to call pretty accurately what weights are going to be on there. We'll try to get them on screen for you as we go. Who's lifting, who's making the attempts. So when we talk no minimum weight increase, that means in other competitions typically you'd see for a max event, as it's part of a full strongman competition, sometimes you'll see a max deadlift and the minimum jump is 40 pounds for men, sometimes 25 pounds for women. Usually makes it a little bit easier on the loaders. However, since this is an international competition, there's no minimum weight increase. A lot of reasons why, but the calculation between kilos and pounds, to standardize that across 30 plus competitions, it makes it a little bit tricky. So there's no minimum weight increase, so you don't have to go up by 5 pounds. You can go up by 7.5 if you want to. Whatever makes you feel the most comfortable and you feel like you can get the most points. So what you're going to see here is the athletes that are starting their lifts. They've checked in with their first event attempt, their first lift attempt, as they were getting weighed, as they were getting their shirts picked up. So the first lift for everybody is kind of on rails. I think we're about to get started here.
All right, we're going to start with day 1, day 2. Oh, yeah. Bounce back and forth between the 2 of them. We got 3 people opening up at 200 pounds today. We have 2 people opening up at 195 pounds today. 195. We're going to open. The first person up on the 200-pound log is going to be Chris Witzel. He's right here.
All right. I don't know if you can hear it from the stage. The first athlete that we've got lifting is Chris Witzel.
He said 200.
Chris is in our open men's lightweight class. So that is all of our men, 176 pounds body weight and under. Chris is taking his first attempt at 200 pounds.
Ready? Go.
He's got 60 seconds. Pull it up into his lap, clean it up to the chest, and then press it over here.
Okay, chalk that blocks and go all the way back here. Okay.
And that's a good lift from Chris. As we go, we'll kind of talk about what makes a good log clean and press, and what goes into it, and how it's so much more complicated than other lifts that we might see. First on the right side, we've got Caroline Dunn. She's in our 137.5 class, so the Open Women's Lightweight division. She's opening her log at 95 pounds.
Athlete ready? Begin.
So again, we're just going to see Caroline clean it up to the lap, ramp it up to the chest, then attempt a split jerk.
Come on!
We're going to see this from some of the opening events.
You gotta explode into it.
Gets it up to the lap, gets it up to the chest pretty easily, and unable to complete the split jerk. We still got time.
Come on, you got it.
So getting up to the lap, up to the chest is not a challenge for Caroline. But the press.
All right. I'm gonna let you do that attempt again in two more people rounds going around, okay?
So unable to complete a lift for Caroline at this point, but Caroline's got 2 more attempts. And just for context, Caroline, we don't know exactly the weights that were weighed in, but the class is 137 pounds. The weight attempted 30 pounds off body weight, which is no slouch. Left side, we're getting Anthony McCoy set up for his attempt. Anthony basically able to strict press 200 pounds.
Up on the 95. Let's go. All right. Athlete ready? Okay.
We've got Julia Penrod on the right side opening up at a 95-pound log clean and press. Cleans it into the lap, throws it up to the chest. A little bit of a dip and a steady overhead. So good lift for Julia. Running pretty smooth here, so we'll try to get a little bit of commentary between the athletes. What makes the log clean and press a unique lift is that it's really taxing every part of the body. So powerlifting, you're used to bench press, that's pretty much an upper body lift with some leg stabilization involved. Log clean and press is a dynamic movement. It's basically a deadlift, a power clean, a front squat. Depending on who you're looking at, perfect. Push press. Technique. Generally what it means is you're throwing it off of the rack position overhead, but instead of just push pressing it up, just a bend in the knees. I'll pause for a second as we watch Caroline try her 95-pound attempt again.
Come on!
Again, a pretty easy clean up to the rack position.
Get under it!
And that's a well executed split jerk.
Yeah.
So this is going up to 95 pounds.
So you see with a split jerk, you don't see a lot of athletes in strongman attempt it, but for the more athletic bunch, they're able to basically throw it off of their chest and squat down, drop down under it a little bit more so the log doesn't have as much distance to travel. It does require a lot more stabilization in the rear delts, the lateral delts. Some see it as a bit of a risk because it's a throw and a catch rather than a slow grind pushing upwards. But if you can do it, and we've seen some athletes at very high levels, especially the middleweight class.
What's
the men's
the weight?
middleweights pro divisions, we've seen a lot of it.
210. Who is
Generate a lot of force.
Travis?
Left side of your screen, we'll see Travis Williams attempting 210.
Come on, get it up!
Travis is really hyped up. We got to use that energy to kind of focus up a bit. Clean was not a problem. Get it into the lap pretty easily, rode up to the press. Now if he could take a second, steady himself, and get that press ready.
Get under it! Up! Up! Up!
Just maybe not enough there. It's all right. Travis has got more attempts.
Travis Williams.
And we'll see this. We kind of talked about it at the top. Athletes making their first attempt. It's exciting. It's anxiety filled. As somebody that's done this quite a few times, that first event, that first lift, you got a lot of nerves, you got a lot of adrenaline. You might not be settled in and focused up just yet. Some athletes are a little more excited. That results sometimes in just too much energy. And you want to split the difference. You want focused aggression is usually the term that I'll use. Coming up on the right side of your screen on the wooden log here, we've got Kaylin Furby in the 159.5 Open Women's Middleweight Division.
Looks like 5 or 2.5.
Trying 100 pounds. Easy clean. Easy press. If you want a good example,
Waiting for a nod from you, by the way.
Is that
a
100?
good example of a well-executed log clean and push press.
That was it. 210. We're going up to 215 on the big log.
That was a pretty good one.
Should just keep
Anthony, the plug, I need to touch it back. 225.
Making some weight changes as we go here. You talk about the log clean and press. Getting it from the ground into the lap. There's your deadlift. There's your stiff leg deadlift. There's where a lot of hamstrings are involved. You want the lats. You want the grip. Everything engaged to get it up to the lap. Pause for Chris Witzel here. Made a 200-pound attempt the first time, up to 215 for his second. Chris just needs to lock it out. Show control. Perfect.
Yeah!
With any good judging, we're going to see some pretty strict commands. We want to make sure these athletes are completely locked out to the best of their ability. Have it stabilized overhead.
This is rough. I think 215 is what it's at. That's great.
Caroline's coming up with a 100-pound attempt. We just saw Caroline do a 95-pound log. She caught her breath after the first attempt.
Good clean! Now get under it! Up!
And this you're going to see the risk with split jerks.
Come on! Elbows in, stay tight. Those elbows in. Deep press.
You see again a pretty easy clean.
Good clean!
To the chest.
Come on, good press!
We just need to take a second.
She's okay. She's sleepy.
Good try.
We're going to call it there for Carolyn. A good attempt. Again, this is freaking heavy, folks. When compared to body weight, that's coming pretty close to these athletes so far.
Middle Hearns to 215.
These are the risks of pushing yourself to this point. That's exactly what these athletes are trying to do.
No, not really. I can't go into the second round after I got to first round everybody and then go to second round. So I can't do it.
It doesn't let you select them for a second? Oh, it's not. I apologize.
No, it's okay.
All right. Middlehurst, are you ready?
Got Middlehurst, Justin Middlehurst. Coming in, here's his second attempt. Got a good rep at 200. Attempting 215. Easy clean up to the chest. And here we find another split jerk.
Come on, get it up!
If you can't get the split jerk
Good press,
stable,
up! Come on! Get under it, up!
let's go, Justin.
Let's go. Oh, throw that. Come on. Let's go.
You have 45 more seconds.
We've got time to keep going. So what we're seeing here, he's getting up to the chest pretty easily. The clean is not a problem. Getting it steady up in the rack position is not seeming like a problem. The risk of trying a split jerk in these competitions is if you are not incredibly stable with the legs. And again, you're putting 200, 215 pounds, really throwing off the balance of your body's weight and the dynamics of force production. If you don't have steady and strong legs under you during the lift, which the clean is going to sap some energy from you, you're relying on those legs to generate the force to get it over there. So Justin not able to complete the 215 lift. He does still have another attempt.
You don't have anybody else that you can do right now. We could do, I think we could do back-to-back rounds. Maybe 2 minutes. All right.
So we'll come back to Justin. We'll give him a breather.
We have 110.
If Justin can get steady in the rack position, really take a deep breath and brace himself.
No, my mistake. Julia up first. All right, Julia up at 100, and then we're
We're going to move forward with Julia here, coming back for her second attempt on the log. Had a successful 95, looking
Are
pretty
you writing
easy.
down the weights up there for you?
Yeah, we have all of it.
Great.
And it'll be marked whether it does or does not happen.
All right.
So Julia's attempting 100 pounds.
You get lift. Easy press now.
Easy clean up to the rack position.
Come on, get up! Drive with the legs, come on, get it up, up!
So Julia used to trying to push it. Able to lock it out. Beautiful. So the other side of the split jerk, you'll see athletes doing a push press, which is essentially kind of the middle spot between a strict press and a split jerk. What you'll see from that push press is a little dip in the knees. So they're generating some force using their quads, using their hamstring, loading them up like a spring a little bit to just get some force production out of the legs. And they're shooting themselves upward. Think of a jump. Think of jump like a box jump is maybe a good analog for this. You're trying to create more force production from the ground. Transfer that up into the log and overhead. So most of the time you'll be able to press a decent amount more with a push press than you will a strict press because you're generating force from the legs. Got Kaylin Furby trying her second attempt.
Easy clean. Come on. Come on. Up, 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 up. Yeah!
Easy. If you've got 110 on the log for Kaylin in our open women's middleweight division.
All right, we're going to have Justin
All right, bringing Justin Middlehurst back in here.
215 pounds.
Justin looking to tie.
Come on, get mad with
Well, we
it.
were able to find out. Justin competed a couple years ago in Static Monsters. 215 was the log that he was able to put up, so we want to see him match that here.
Come on.
Again, Justin's got an easy clean into the rack position. If he can get it steady,
Come on.
just looks like a little stability.
Drive.
A little bit of stability issues it's looking like on that right leg. Got some shakiness going into the dip. Not able to do it here, but still. This is well above this athlete's body weight, so absolutely nothing to be ashamed of there.
110. No, it's not a lot of time, but you can do.
Julia Penrod coming back out. Julia, we've seen a decent amount.
Adley ready.
Great competitor in this.
Come on. Begin.
region.
got it, Julia.
I've seen Julia perform in a lot of local competitions here. Able to get the clean up to the rack position pretty easily. Just 110 pounds on the log.
Press it up! Come on! Come with the leg!
If she can get it past that sticking point, she's going to be able to finish pretty easily. It's just getting past that halfway point of the press. Maybe just not enough rest time. Julia not able to complete the 110 log. But again, 100 pounds on a heavy wooden log. Absolutely nothing to sneeze at. As we're getting the log set up here, we're going to start to see some new athletes enter the fold. We have got Brandon Klein in our open men's lightweight division coming in for the log.
Come on, Yana!
With an attempt at 220, starting at the very least 20 pounds above his body weight.
Come on!
Clean up to the rack position.
Clean, come on! Up, easy!
Easy push press, takes a second to lock it out, make eye contact with the judge, get the go down command, and a good press for Brandon Klein.
All right. Yana is up with one. Come on, Yana!
We're going to go to our open women's middleweight division. This is 181 pounds and below.
Come on!
Yana Wunderlich is starting 115 pounds on the log.
Easy clean.
Pretty easy looking clean.
Hey!
Pretty easy looking push press for Yana. So she is on the board with 115.
Next up at 220, we have Jake Chapman.
Sorry, put it in this.
And after that, we'll have Jamie Whitman at 150.
Brandon got his. Brandon? What did Brandon? I don't know.
Jake Chapman. Our open men's middleweight division is coming up next with an attempt at 220 pounds. Pulls it up. Again, pretty easy clean up to the rack position. Bend in the knee, push press to get it out. Make sure he locks that out good. Now this is what we're going to see with some of these heavier weights. And when I talk about a good lift, what they're looking for again is the hips are pushed through, the shoulders are locked out, the elbows are locked out, and the log is stable and steady above the head.
Oh, it's already at 115. Okay.
Yes. As an athlete, you want to make sure these lifts are earned. So the judging is going to be as strict as it needs to ensure that. Right side of your screen, we're going to see Jamie Whitman coming up for her first attempt at 115.
Push.
A pretty easy looking 115.
What's your other log at? Hey, Calvin. Brandon went. What Brandon get?
Just switch back and forth perfect.
220.
And Yana Wunderlich at 150.
And what?
Yana Wunderlich is 150.
Got it.
No, that's helpful.
I already forget what we said.
We'll be going to 120.
All right, and Jamie hits 115. Fantastic. Great volunteers here at Iron Forge Gym in Newton Falls, Ohio. Making the weight changes on both logs.
Lane 1 will be Chris Witzel, 225.
Chris Witzel. Our open men's lightweight. We've seen the first two attempts at 200 and 215 for Chris, attempting 225 on the monster log here.
Come on.
Now from Chris, we want to see a solid lockout
Good clean.
up at the top.
Up.
Get it pressed out of a little flare at the end with some shrugs. As these weights get heavier, that's exactly what we're going to look for from our athletes. We want to make sure they're locked up at the top. Movement has stopped. Not going for any cheap reps here.
225.
What's on there now?
Kaylin Furby's coming up for her third attempt. We have a solid 100, 110. We got 120 pounds on the log. Easy clean up to the rack position. Getting steady under it, getting a big brace. A little bit of a dip. We could use maybe a little bit more dip to generate more leg drive here. It's going to take a second.
You got it.
Just going to take a breath. Clean from the ground. Just going to reset. You need to hit that grip. Puts it up in the lap, up in the rack. Take a second to breathe and brace. A little bit more leg drive and we can get that up.
Come on. Come on. Up.
Just seeing a little bit of hesitation.
You have 25 seconds left.
Still time to make a good lift. So we're seeing a little bit of hesitation in the dip.
Come on.
And especially as athletes, I mean, this is a heavy implement. It's a very intimidating thing to press overhead, speaking from experience. And especially the heavier it gets, the more nerve-wracking it is.
Up.
And we're getting it off the chest, so we're generating the leg drive. There's just maybe not enough shoulder power at the moment to connect that leg drive into an overhead position.
Boy at 225, and then we'll have Jamie with it at 120. All right.
So we have Kaylin finishing with a 110 log.
Yeah, that's what you're
Got Anthony McCoy coming up. He's a behemoth of a metal log here at 225. Anthony rose it up into the lap. It's a little bit of glute activation to get it up to the rack position. He's going to do a practice rep. Just didn't quite lock it out. Almost there. Makes eye contact.
Half wrap, push wrap.
Good on Anthony to finish that out and lock it out.
20, and after that, we'll be tail at 230.
You can see Jamie Whitten coming up for an attempt at 120. So Jamie, we saw with a pretty easy clean up to the rack position. And as you will find is mostly the case with log clean and press, it's the press that's going to make or break.
Up, 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 up. Yeah.
Jamie with a great event selection, a lift selection here to move up a little bit. And what you saw from Jamie is a push jerk, which is the middle ground between a push press and a split jerk, which means that rather than kicking your feet forwards and back to provide a little bit more space under the log to get lower underneath it and catch it, you're pushing them out a little bit. So it is kind of a jump, but you're not relying on the balance and stability of your legs. Now we're seeing Dale Hawthorne for the first time, not his first Static Monsters, not his last, with an easy log clean, 230 pounds, easy press. Dale's in our 198 open men's lightweight category.
So fast I can make you wait, so I can myself in Okay. All right.
Dale opening with a lift that's well over his body weight, so we're expecting to see some big numbers from Dale.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I have to for them, though.
Okay, after.
We're seeing Yana come up. And would be a little quieter, but she's attempting 125.
Up next on the big log will be Jerome Howie.
Now you'll see if you're not used to strongman competitions, or if you're coming from powerlifting, you've seen a lot of equipment on some of these athletes, and a lot of varied equipment. It really is up to athlete preference on what kind of garb you are donning for these events. But we'll get into kind of the point of each of them and what may help certain athletes with certain things. Yana making her second attempt here. Cleans it up into the lap.
Easy clean, come on.
Lifts it up into the rack position, but doesn't like how it's curved, perhaps. Just going to reset and try it again.
Get mad with it. Come on, rip that shit off the floor. You gotta jack it.
Getting some encouragement from the sidelines.
Easy clean now. Come on.
There you go.
Clean up to the rack position's pretty solid.
Big breath.
So if we can see a bit more, we're seeing kind of a similar thing. If we can see more leg drive,
Come on, Yana.
and there's a lot that goes into this. So this is as hard as it looks. It is harder than it looks.
You got
It's gonna
it.
take a second. She's got time to turn it around. What we need to see from Yana is a little bit more leg drive generated so she can get it off of the rack position, into the air, and let the triceps finish it out from there.
Come on.
Yep.
Consistently getting up to the rack, but maybe just not there today. Absolutely nothing to be ashamed of there. So this is Yana's second attempt. There's 125.
Thank you so
So
much.
we've got more time. Got one more attempt for Yana. I believe based on what we've seen,
What is this? Where'd you get this at?
Yana's going to try again. So we're just confirming with the athletes after their last attempt what the next plan is. So if we're going to try it again at the same weight for Yana, so stay tuned to pulling that one back in. We've got Jerry, another perennial athlete, representing the men's middleweight division at 231. Just making an easy way to that ball. Don't even know if his belt was pulled all the way in. It doesn't matter. Jerry's got a great lift at 230. Jerry, one of those athletes that's been just killing it these last couple of years. We've seen him on the OSG stage, the official strongman game stage, going back again, I think, in a couple months, making a detour at the Static Monster stage. We've got our first big boy up, Shane Adams, Open Men's Super Heavyweight class. Shane's attempting 230 pounds. Oh! And attempting may have been the wrong word to use there. Shane makes 230. Look like pretty easy work. And we're going to see different strategies from different athletes on these opening selections. Some people want to get points on the board so they have something at least to put on the scoreboard. Some athletes might push themselves a little bit more. We're taking a couple minutes here to let the athletes rest. Just because of the way the event is set up, we're going sequentially through the weights moving up. So we want to make sure there's enough rest time between each athlete selection if we're staying at the same weight. So we get it another minute or so. Let's talk a little bit about the log mechanics. For those of you that aren't familiar with the log or you're watching from powerlifting, Olympic lifting might have a little bit more carryover. But what you're going to see, we kind of described it a little bit. You are deadlifting it essentially or rowing it off of the ground, depending on your approach to it. You're pulling it off of the ground, suffice it to say, usually into a lap position. So that means basically the crease of your lap at the top of your quads, underneath your stomach, underneath your abs. Get it kind of settled in that crouching position for some. Generally what you'll see is people pause ever so slightly and use the extension of the glutes and standing up and jumping while rowing it into your body to bring it up to the rack position, which is resting on top of the pecs. So we're going to see some motivation for Dave Dunn. Dave Dunn, representing the men's lightweight 198 class, gets his weight pretty quickly up to the rack position. A little bit of bend of the knees and just not able to lock it out securely. So we're a little hyped up. Just got to take some breaths here.
Come on, you guys! Let's go, Dave. Come on!
So Dave's kind of knocked the rust off here. Let's see him make a
This is our table.
controlled, aggressive lift here. Or maybe just aggressive. So you see a pretty easy pull into the lap position.
Easy clean,
Easy clean up to the rack.
Up,
Much better. Much better.
Yeah, right.
So so we're able to see Dave focus up on that second attempt and really take a breath and brace himself at the rack position, which lets him get a steadier dip into the knees, generate more leg drive, and then less time for the actual log to move up and transition into the strict press on the triceps. You can't hear Yana saying that just came here to deadlift. The log's just part of it. Just happens to be here. We're going to see a little ammonia courage come into play here. Come on, Yana! I believe. Yana's going to attempt 125 on the log.
Easy clean now.
So what we saw from Yana, pretty easy clean to the rack position.
Get under it.
Now it's just catching your breath.
Come on.
Closer than we were before.
Good setting.
But that's all right. Yana's going to call it live to see the deadlift. Expecting to see some, frankly, crazy numbers from Yana on the deadlift. So let's see what we can bring to the next event here.
Hey, could you nothing? I love you.
Tell me.
I haven't seen a lot of training from Yana as far as footage is concerned on the log.
Just don't.
Great showing. That's no slouch amount of weight. But a sneak preview for when we get to the deadlifts. Yana's in the open women's middleweight division, so 181 and below pounds body weight. I'd anticipate we're going to approach 3 times that when it comes to the deadlift, just to give a little bit of a sneak preview. So if you're planning on sticking around, please do for the deadlift portion. We're moving pretty fast here. We've got about a little under 30 athletes.
Baby, let's go.
3 events apiece.
130 pounds.
You got it.
Making great work. So far, a really well-ran event. We've got Jamie Whitman coming up for her 3rd attempt on the log, moving up 10 pounds to 130. Jamie utilizing that split jerk, or pardon me, the push jerk, where she is jumping off the ground to generate a little bit of momentum. What you're looking for from a push jerk is to, of course, generate the leg drive, but half of the point of it is to get your body lower, to get your body under the log. And what we're seeing for these first attempts, it could just be some nerves on the stage here. What we're seeing is the jump without the lower of the dip. They're pretty easy clean. The weight is not terrible getting the rack position. We're getting that force generation, but if you're going to use the push jerk, you want to get under the log a little bit so you can lock it out overhead with a bit more ease. So 120 being the final weight for Jamie Whitman. Still plenty to take that class in this event at least, and still a great number to put on the board.
This is the ladies' sheet.
Is that what you're talking about?
Jamie Whitman, I believe, absolutely capable of
That's a Dutch grade.
showing some impressive stuff on both of these lifts.
Yeah, those are Dutch.
So we're moving on the big log to Brandon Klein. Brandon coming back out for his 2nd attempt. First event was 220, or his first lift selection was 220 rather, so we're making a 20-pound jump from Brandon. 240 from what I was able to creep on at least in some of the prep for this event. 240 is about the max end of what I was able to see. Now some athletes put different levels of training montage on their social media. Some people keep it behind, some people don't have social media at all, but from what I can tell, 240 is going to meet or very slightly be over what we've seen from Brandon. Oh, and Brandon's not done yet. 240.
See, you guys are doing great. I'm terrible at this.
Brandon's got a solid 240 rep in the books there. Based on how easy that was, there's starting to be some straining coming from the lockout position. So we're starting to see, at least from Brandon's lifts, where the triceps are trying to take over, might be an opportunity to lock out a bit further. That's when you talk about the log press. When you're taking a push press approach, when you're taking a split jerk approach or a push jerk, Triceps are one of the smallest muscles involved in this lift. They have a key part in locking it out and getting it overhead. However, the more you can use your large muscles like the quads and your glutes to try and throw it up overhead, like we're not going to see with Dylan Furby. He just wants to strict press it, it looks like. You've got a lockout Dylan Furby at 165. Dylan representing the Open Men's middleweight class, 231 and under. Now we got Frank Womer coming in. Getting a couple supportive back pats. Frank is opening at 240 pounds. That is 10 pounds over the weight class top end. Easy clean up to the chest, a great looking technical lift. A little bit out of his skis there, but able to stabilize it. So 240, that's what we've kind of been talking about. That first lift for some athletes, you got some nerves, so getting settled into it, it's a good showing for Frank. Let's see what he can cap out at here. Got Anthony McCoy.
First up, sorry, before it. First up on ladies.
Check that.
175 on Hunter Shackelford.
Representing our Open Men's middleweight class, we're bringing Hunter Shackelford in. Hunter's going to open up at 175 pounds on the log. I believe this is the first lift we've seen from Hunter today, so let's see what he can accomplish. Easy clean up to the chest. Get steady under it. Great, phenomenally executed lift. And the reason I say that, when you get it up to the rack position like that, what you're looking for is explosiveness, that controlled aggression topic that we talked about a little bit earlier. You want a dip in the legs to kind of load the spring, is kind of how I categorize it. So you want to slowly kind of ease your quads into an active position and then explode up out of it. Think of the same movement as a jump. And the more power that you can get in a controlled direction upwards through the jump, through the hips, through the torso, up into the actual log, pressing it overhead, the less work your shoulders need to do. It's really only there to stabilize it at that point. But now we're seeing Anthony McCoy. A successful lift at 225, so we're making a 15-pound jump to a 240-pound log cleaning press. And it pretty easy into the lap here, getting steady, cleaned up into the rack position.
Come on!
And we've got a successful lift from Anthony. So looking at what Anthony just accomplished here. Contrasting it to the lift that we just saw, we'll take a pause for a second, as we're seeing Dylan Furby's next attempt here. Dylan's attempting 175, which is a 10-pound increase. He's just going to power clean it up to the rack. Come on, get it pressed overhead. Good lift for Dylan. So the difference that we saw with Anthony over there, you got a little bit of leg drive and pushed it maybe about halfway up off the rack, but then your triceps, your pecs, your shoulders really have to take over and make it a strict press from there. So these athletes want to try and generate as much power from the legs as they can to minimize the time spent locking it out. We're seeing from Jerry 240-pound log cleaning press.
You can tear your bicep.
Making a 10-pound jump from the 230 attempt. 240, I bet we're going to see another 10 or 15 pounds onto Jerry. His third event selection, we're not quite sure what his attempt's going to be just yet. But what I've seen in training, I'm thinking 250, 255 is probably in the tank. Again, Jerry's taking a detour to Static Monsters on his way to OSG, so. Getting Landon Sowers here on the wood log, attempting 180 pounds. There we go. And we're Same example there. Or if you get too hyped, don't follow the judge's command. We need to see that controlled lockout. So unlike a gym lift where you're just getting the reps in, you need to make sure it's absolutely locked out for it to count. Good lift from Landon there. You're seeing Jake Chapman, I believe, for his third and final attempt. Or maybe just his second attempt, actually. Had a successful 220 lift. And we're seeing it here, so the topic of the day is going to be how to generate and translate that leg drive past the halfway point off the rack. And he's just flinging the hat. The bucket hat's off. What we want to see from Jake, translate a little bit more of that leg drive into the press. So you see some detached leg dips into a press. That's just basically a half squat and then a strict press. What we want to see is one fluid movement coming out of the dip, letting that spring go, essentially, if you're thinking of a spring. And in one fluid motion, letting that spring explode. Track it up with your shoulders. So let's see a good dip from Jake here. Got a little dip, need a little bit more. There we go. It's just not there today for Jake. All right. Unsuccessful 240-pound attempt. Still well over body weight, so that is the theme of the day, number 2. These are heavy weights.
All right, Dylan Furby for his third lift, 108 pounds.
Got Dylan coming up for his third lift, taking a 5-pound jump up to 180 pounds. And we saw Dylan just kind of rip up the last 2 cleans. He's just going to power clean the log up to the rack. And he's just going to, he's going to try to brute force this press. Let's see him lock it out. Stabilize it, make eye contact, hold it up there. Oh, can he lock it out? Oh! What a fight. You're not going to see a lot of recoveries like that. Once the elbow starts to bend a little bit, it's hard to lock that out. It's purely triceps, and usually that lateral delt taking over at that point. Pretty toasted by the time they've tried to stabilize it a few times, so good on him. Successful 180-pound lift for Dylan.
I'm trying to just get the first one.
Got Dane coming up. Refuses.
Let's go, Dave!
Refuses to let the throttle off the aggression. So let's see if he can control it. We love to see the hype. I want to see the controlled hype. 235 on his last attempt. Bit of a fight to get there. Might be a little overhyped. So let's see him focus that in. 245. Pretty easy clean. Up into the lap.
Let's go!
Pretty easy into the rack. So let him.
There you go.
Now that, lock it out, perfect. That was clean. Clean.
That's awesome.
Fantastic. Great showing from Dave, and just a reminder, Dave's representing our open men's lightweight class. So his body weight is, at time of weigh, at 198 pounds or less. That was almost 50 pounds over that body weight. Got Ryan Graham coming up in the same class, attempting 185 pounds for, I believe, his first log. Pretty easy clean to the rack. A pretty easy press, locked it out. Fantastic. He's got some weight on the board for Ryan Graham.
215, lane 1. We started with Dale Hopper. All right. 2.5 pounds, 25. And you'll be up next to Woody. All right, next up. On lane 2. No, lane 2, you want to wait a second? Ready to go. All right, since we're ready to go, on lane 2, we got Gary Thomas, 185 pounds. Let's do it, remember.
Gary Thomas, just ripping that log up. Strict pressing it. 185 pounds on the board for Gary Thomas. Calling his shot for the next one. 195 coming up. Stay tuned for that. Lee, we're going to see Dale Hawthorne here on the metal log. Dale made pretty light work at 240, making a 10-pound jump for Dale. Pardon me, Dale attempted 230, so this is a 20-pound jump. We're going to 250 pounds. Dale's another representation of the Open Men's lightweight class, so 198 pounds or less in body weight. At the very least, this is attempting 50 pounds over his body weight, cleaning it and pressing it overhead, locking it out.
Let's go.
Dale, a pretty great looking clean up to the rack position. Not able to finish it out just yet. Pretty sure he's got the power in there. Let him take a second here. What we want to see from Dale is get it up to the rack position. Give him a chance to breathe a little bit. Steady it up there. It's not comfortable, but you want to catch your breath. You want to be able to create a good brace. We know he's got the leg power for it. Just not able to finish it out. We've got another attempt for Dale, so he's got time to make it work. What I'd like to see from Dale a little bit is maybe point those legs a little bit further out. It's hard to see from an angle that we've got over here, but if we see athletes try and make a bend in their leg, try to get that dip too straight on, they're generating force only in a two-dimensional plane. And I won't get too in-depth with the physics that are involved with it, but essentially, the further that you're trying to generate force in only two dimensions really makes it a stability challenge to generate that force in one direction. But I'll call it out if we see it here. Some of the athletes that are choosing to push press, they see their toes pointed slightly out, or maybe even at a 45-degree angle away from each other. So they're able to generate force from outside of that plane into the third plane. Generate more stable upwards force.
Let's go.
So seeing Landon Sowards at 195 here.
Dip drive. Come on.
He's not quite able to lock it out just yet. We need to see his head a little bit
Fire it up
through.
there.
We're able to get it up. So maybe if we can catch his breath here.
Take a breath.
We're going to take a second.
Take a breath. Let's go.
It's a 15-pound jump for Landon. Get a little bit of coaching in the moment. We've got some time. Take a breath. Steady himself. He's got the power to do it. We just need to see that last little 5% executed here.
You got enough time for one good hit on it.
Landon's going to gather himself, take a quick breath.
Ready? All right, let's go. Let's go, Land.
Easy clean up to the rack. So now if he can catch his breath.
Hip drive. Let's go.
Just not able to lock it out. It's right there.
I mean, like, this is your second, right? Yeah. You have a third. You want one more at that? Get a couple minutes?
This is Landon's second attempt, so he gets to choose it again if he wants to. And it sounds like he's going to come back at it. What we want to see on Landon there, if you can see it from the angle, so when you're dipping for it, you want all the contact points for your foot to be steady with the floor as you're dipping. Otherwise, you're kind of pushing yourself forward in the lift, letting the momentum and force kind of go off the center plane. Got Floyd Shackelford coming up on the big... Oh, he's got a stabilizer. There we go. I think that's our first attempt from Floyd. Well, we've seen do some pretty impressive stuff on both these lifts. So opening up at 250 is no slouch. Above body weight for the first here. So we see Gary Thomas just rip it up to the chest and strict press it out. Phenomenal. So fun. 195 for Gary on the board.
All right. Next up, 250, stage one. You got Frank Womer.
Got Frank coming back up.
Crazy Frank yourself. Here you go. Wow.
Frank made 240 look pretty easy.
They are.
Ready? Come on, Frank.
Frank representing the Open Men's middleweight class, so 231 pounds body weight or under. Attempting 250, this is a 10-pound increase from his last lift.
Go, Frank.
Slow and controlled up to the rack, just what you want to see.
Nice.
And then a great lockout, nice contact, very controlled. Solid lockout, solid lift.
Let's go, Landon. After that, we will have Jerry Howdy.
Got Landon coming back up. So what we're talking about with Landon is what's happening a little bit is the weight up on his rack just maybe not comfortable enough. And what's happening is it's pulling him forward on the dip. So pay close attention to the knees and pay close attention to the feet. A lot of the athletes are using these elevated heel shoes. So they're weightlifting shoes. They're used a lot more in Olympic weightlifting. But it essentially puts your heel up in a lift and stabilizes a little bit further so you can get more reactivity from your quads, your glutes, more explosiveness. Helps a lot for log lifting with a lot of athletes. Let's see him get it up to the rack and watch his feet. He's dipping. That's a much cleaner lift. Fantastic from Landon. So what we saw in the previous 2 attempts that he cleaned up, his heels were coming off the floor as he was starting the dip to initiate the press. So what that's doing is lifting yourself only on 2 contact points per foot, kind of like the ball of your feet and around where the pinky toe and the ring toe, if you're kind of imagining it, are contacting. What's missing is the contact point with the heel. So what's happening is you're generating force, but it's only coming up from the tops of your feet. What's going to happen there is you're going to lean forward. The log's kind of going to fall off plane, and it's going to be really tricky to press. It's doable, but you're making it a little bit more work for yourself. And we saw Landon clean it up on that lift and get a very solid lockout the first time. So moving on to Jerry, who tried 240 the last attempt. Jerry's going for 250. And he is going to call it. So locking in the final at 240 for Jerry, wisely calling it. Not here to push it necessarily, but we want to get some good numbers on the board. Jerry's got a little under 2 months for the official strongman games coming up. So the world finals for a lot of the weight classes. World's strongest man, 4 weight classes for our Masters groups. Kind of a big deal. But we want to push it, we don't want to wreck it. Seeing Ryan Graham taking his next attempt here at 200 pounds. And just a really clean execution for the most part from Ryan. Really solid looking. Not a lot of wasted movement.
I want to come hug you. All right, you got a third in mind?
Made a 15-pound jump to get to 200 for Ryan, and we're trying 210 on the third and final. So we'll let him get a little bit of a breather. We started to talk about the equipment a little bit. We see the weightlifting shoes, which for those people with ankle mobility issues, it helps get a little bit deeper into certain positions. We've got Shane, who made light work of his first attempt at 230, making more light work of his next attempt at 250. So Shane's good for 230, 250. Let's see what he calls for his third there.
6 guys haven't even started yet.
We're going to see Hunter come out for, I believe, his second attempt. First one was 175, making a 25-pound jump to 200. We saw a really efficient clean and a great press from Hunter. So we're going for 200 for Hunter. Maybe just a misgroove to the rack here. Gets it up in the chest and pulls it up to the rack. Great. Now a really deep dip. Able to lock it out. Fantastic. You're going to see there is a sweet spot for how deep you're dipping for these presses. If you go too far down, it might start to fall on you. What you really want to visualize, and this is the better coaching cues that I've gotten, is kind of imagining it like loading up a spring. If you push it too far down, you're gonna lose some of the power generation just because you have that much further to explode out of. We want to split the difference between a mini dip where you're not really generating that much force and too deep of a dip, where you might be able to generate too much force, but now you're giving yourself a long way to go. So let's see how Grant Moore, coming up for I believe the first time, executes his first lift. Grant just wrenching it up to the rack, pressing overhead. Let's see him lock it out. Fantastic. 250, Grant Moore.
I was too worried about what's going on.
Grant making 250. I believe that was his first lift.
Yeah.
So he's gonna get settled in a little bit. And let's see some more controlled aggression for the next attempt for Grant. We're gonna see some big lifts out of these boys. Moving on to Gary Thomas for his third and final. I believe 205 on the bar. Able to lock it out. Fantastic. And just a really solid execution from Gary on the log here. 3 called shots, 3 well executed lifts. We're gonna see Dale come up for another crack at 250. Dale's got the power for it. We've seen him execute it. We've seen a little bit heavier than this in comp, I believe, from Dale. Dale's gone through a couple years of Static Monsters at this point. There we go. Phenomenal from Dale. That's what you're seeing from some of these folks. I mean, you're getting really hyped up for some of these attempts. And sometimes you just need a little bit of collecting yourself. Sometimes you need slapped in the face a little bit, metaphorically or physically, to get yourself right and get yourself focused. What we saw from Dale there on that third attempt was just fantastically executed. So good on him for that third attempt.
Did he get cash up for the pizza? 7 to 10, depending on Do you have the card?
The gym card?
Yeah.
We've got Ryan Graham
I don't know where it's at either.
coming up for his third and final attempt on the log.
You call.
210 pounds.
Forgot about that.
I believe might take a second.
I don't have
We
it.
got completely sidetracked.
No, I
Just
know.
confirming some weights here with our judging, our
And
scorekeeping.
we lost our minds.
Here we go.
I don't even know what the code is.
Ryan Graham looking to execute on a 210 pound log. We've seen good attempts at 185, 200.
Hey, what's, I need that. Pens, he only takes cash only down. Yeah, cash only down.
We've seen some solid execution from Ryan. Let's see how it translates to 210 pounds here.
No.
Easy up to the rack, resettles it a little bit. Now what we're seeing, watch the feet. This is what we've seen with a couple athletes. When he goes to the dip, those heels are coming up a bit. These are flat shoes, so they're not quite Olympic lifters. Just not able to generate enough force to get it past that sticking point. So he's got a second. If he can keep his feet down, if he can keep his heels down in the dip for this lift.
They get weird and I want to show my head through. Fuck. I almost did on 250.
I don't mean for the lift. I just mean, no, I know.
I think Ryan's got the power to do it.
20 seconds left. Let's go.
I want to see him generate more force out of the legs. He's got a solid clean, solid rack position. He lets himself get centered.
There it is.
He's got just a little bit more energy.
Dig in. 4 seconds. 3 seconds.
Let's see it. Maybe just not there today. All right, 200 pounds, super respectable lift on the log. Now what we're seeing is kind of what we were talking about for a couple of our other athletes. Since he's wearing flat shoes, the heel's not elevated.
Want to write it down?
And it's meaning that his heel's coming up a little bit. Not necessarily the shoes problem, but his heels are coming up in the dip for the press itself. So when he's loading up those legs, heels are coming up, you're losing that contact point in the rear side of the foot. And you're pushing that weight all towards the front of your body. It's not necessarily that it's a bad thing to do, but what it's doing is making the lift that much harder because you're fighting not only moving the weight upwards, but pulling it essentially back center mass above your body.
So much easier than it.
We're seeing Dave Dunn for his final attempt, 255. So he's got hyped up. He's centering himself. Got to pick into the lap. Into the rack position, pretty straightforward, steadying himself. The slower dip, I'd like to see a little bit more pop out of the dip here, so he loads it up. Turns it into a bit of a bench press with that thoracic extension, so leaning back. He's got time still to do it. But you're looking at the body language. He might be in his head a little bit. So if he can get refocused, he's got the power to do it. He's just not gonna let.
Going into a rebuilding phase, I like where I'm at.
He's got to get rehyped. He's got to get that energy brought back from those first two events. You can't let it beat you.
It's not, yeah.
Depth the rack. See if you can focus and get it recentered.
It's like, yeah, I'd rather not. Get up to this.
Just not there today. Still a great result from Dave. So Dave, as a reminder, Dave's in the 198 class.
198.
That's 55 pounds above his body weight. Absolutely nothing to be ashamed of walking in there. You got Hunter Shackelford coming back. 215 on the log for Hunter. We've seen Hunter hit 175, 200, making a 15-pound jump, and we've seen some really solid execution out of Hunter. Gets it up into the lap, pulled up into the rack position with ease, resets his feet a little bit, which is a really solid thing to look for. If you spread your feet a little bit further. Oh, just not the shoulder power and tricep to lock it out. What we're seeing from Hunter is pretty solid. As soon as he gets it up to the rack, he kind of resets his feet, which is going to allow you a little bit more space for those hips to kind of push through for the leg, the drive portion of the lift. He's going to center himself a bit. If he can pop a little bit further, you might have heard in the background, here's some of the coaching on the side. He's absolutely right. If he gets that dip a little bit shorter and a little bit snappier and explodes out of it. So you see the dip here. Load the spring quickly. And he's got the explosion out of it, but you kind of saw there. The dip maybe a little bit slower than he wanted there. Just not able to translate it.
Everything else is going to be on lane one.
Fantastic showing still from Hunter, though. 200 pounds on the log. Put that in the scorebook.
I've had that one. It's like the next day I wake up and I'm like, I can't even.
We're switching back to our big log. They're retiring the wooden log for the remainder of this event. So every press from here on forward. We've yet to see some athletes even start their first attempt. So as we're getting into the bigger boys, we're going to see 255 plus.
Yeah.
And from Brandon Klein, that's exactly what we're seeing here. Brandon Klein's 255 on the log. It's a 15-pound jump. Able to get it about halfway up the press, but this is what we've kind of been talking about. If you get stuck there, you got no more leg drive to squeeze out. You're reliant on the strict press, you're reliant on your pecs, your shoulders, your triceps. Smaller muscle group.
Yeah.
It's a lot of weight to rely on. Your smaller muscle groups. The more leg drive you can get, the easier it's going to be to just guide it up and strict press it out. Just not enough in the tank for Brandon. However, again, same like Dave, this is the 198 class. So it's successful lift at 240 on the log. It's still 40 pounds over his body weight, which is just nuts. What I'd like to see out of Brandon and some of these athletes that are pausing in the lap. If you're familiar with lifting, essentially what that does, when you pull it up into the lap and you pause in that bottom position, you're making it a paused front squat, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but what you're removing as you get it up to the rack position is the momentum that you're generating from using those glutes to push it up into the rack. So what I'd like to see from some of these athletes is they pull the log up into the lap and then use a little bit less time transitioning it up to the rack position. It should be one fluid motion. That's a great example right there that we're seeing from Dalton Reese, the first attempt. A little bit of a strict, or a little bit of a split jerk rather, 255 from his first attempt.
55.
I'd like to see some of these athletes pull it up, use kind of that first deadlift motion and get it steady in the lap, but take less time to transition it to the rack. Because instead of making it 3 separate movements, essentially, you're making it 2, and you're making it 2 compound movements. Those first 2 can collapse and complement each other a little bit better. So I'd like to see some snappier movement from the ground into the rack position. What that's going to do is fatigue their legs less as they're starting their dip for the press portion of it. And it's just going to focus on a little bit more efficiency in the lift. It's kind of the name of the game for something like this. This is a very static, focused event on 2 maximum strength pushes. So when you're peaking for something like that, what tends to happen in some people's prep is you're not really focused on capacity. It's 3 max lifts. But as a result of that, you might not target your conditioning the same, and what's happening is the less efficient that you are with the clean, the more struggle the press is going to be. And we're seeing that with a lot of the athletes. We've got enough power in the tank to get it up to the rack position, but actually finishing the press because they were spending so much energy on that clean, not able to lock it out, not able to finish it. So we're seeing Frank. Frank's coming back for another 10-pound jump, a 260-pound attempt for Frank. Made pretty easy work at 240 and 250.
2 years ago. Because both times I did it, I've gotten great.
And let's see if we can get some controlled aggression out of Frank here. We saw 240 and 250 go up, just technically executed great. A little bit more weight on the bar. As any athlete will tell you though, overhead weights, a 10-pound jump can feel like 50. And there are some barriers that just mentally are really tough to crack through. So let's see if Frank can overcome that here, going from 250 to 260. Several dozen pounds above his body weight. Great execution up into the rack position. And just not enough. Great attempt from Frank. Absolutely nothing to be ashamed of there. It was a heavy log. I believe we're going to see Austin Owens coming up pretty soon here.
Taylor, 265.
Austin is going for his first attempt. Austin's another name, as with a lot of those athletes. Austin's another name. Austin's another name that we've seen in a lot of local and regional level shows here. Always shows up prepared. Austin's in the 198 class. And just to highlight this again, coming in at body weight under 198 pounds, his first attempt is 265 pounds. So bare minimum, his first log attempt is 65 pounds. Woo! And that's what we're talking about with an efficient, maybe a little bit extra there, but if you can lock that left, fantastic. I'm going to break that down a little bit. What we saw from Austin there was an incredibly efficient clean up to the rack position. So you get the deadlift started, and then you squat down into it to get it repositioned back, pulled against the chest. But don't waste any energy there. Like as soon as you can transition that to a clean up into the rack position, the less time you have to spend in those kind of awkward positions with the log, resting on a diaphragm, resting on your lungs, and breathing is complicated. Get it up to the rack quick, so you can put the bulk of your energy into the press. That's the part that counts for the rep anyway. Seeing Shane Adams did easy work at 230 to 250. Attempting 265 here for his third.
I went to go grab his third one, and I just did not have enough to do this. I was just like,
gets it into the lap, gets it into the rack, resettles it a little bit to get the optimal starting position for the dip. I see a little bit of it. I'd like to see a little bit more dip out of Shane. Just maybe not there today for Shane. And that is quite all right. Shane with a great showing at 230 and then 250. And this is it. I don't mean to make light of it because it's incredibly hard to execute on. But what you're seeing from some of these athletes is the dip kind of gets shortened because, frankly, it's heavy weight just resting on your chest. It's hard to breathe. It's super uncomfortable. You don't want to spend more time under than you need to. So some of these athletes are maybe rushing the dip a little bit. The problem is that's where most of the momentum and strength is coming for the press. So again, you want to split that difference between a long enough dip to generate and kind of capture that power and explode out of it, but not too short where you're just getting a little boop, little bump of power. It's not quite enough.
Well, I'll see if I can look at my record and find the scene.
Yeah, I beat him. You're like going to put it on and the whole thing slides out.
So when you find one, a couple. What do you?
Yeah, just let me know.
He's like on camera, you know that by the way.
Yeah, I heard that.
What?
Resetting the weight, I think we're going up to 275. 275 confirmed.
Whatever I can do to help you with that.
265 on Floyd.
I'll look for that receipt though.
No, I
I was able to take a screen grab of this and just write it. We got Floyd coming in for a second attempt at 275. We saw him execute a 250 log first.
They seemed like pretty cool.
We've seen some good stuff from Floyd so far. So nice, quick, efficient. It's exactly what I'm talking about. A nice, efficient, clean to the rack. Nice. He stabilizes it. Fantastic. Fantastic lift. And that's a great example to look at when you're talking about an efficient clean, a log clean. So looking for maybe another 10, 15, maybe if he's feeling spicy, 25-pound jump from Floyd there. Let's see what he decides to do. Still getting some warm-ups from some of our other athletes that just haven't decided to start yet. We're moving up to our second attempt for Austin Owens. As a reminder, just because it's kind of bonkers, Austin Owens, our 198 men's lightweight division representation here. So he's attempting a 280-pound log, and we've seen 275 plus in training from Austin in various competitions. So he's proven he can hang at this weight. But doing that in the 198 class is just nothing short of incredible. This is going to be, from a body weight ratio perspective, an incredibly impressive lift. So attempting 280 for Austin Owens, 15-pound jump from his attempt at 265.
Oh yeah, every time I lift on that one, it
Come on, Austin.
Lean it into the lap, not waste. Ooh, just a little bit of a misstep. There we go. Rolls it up to the chest. Let's see him get it steady and stabilized. Great dip timing, just maybe not enough pressing power there.
Yeah, I know.
What we're seeing on some of these athletes too is the interesting choice of a grip shirt or wearing the event shirt. You can wear grip shirts for this event. He's getting some hype for his fellow competitor there. It's going to be tricky for some of these guys since you can use a grip shirt. If you're not using one, there's a tendency for the log to slip. Not going to matter for Austin just not able to make 280 happen on that second attempt, but he's got time for a third. He might come back and try it again.
To just absolutely the system.
Austin saying that he hit it in training not too long ago. And that's the interesting thing to see what translates to the stage versus what happens in the gym. It can go one of two ways. So we're seeing Dalton Reese 280. Makes easy work of it with a little split jerk there. He did a 255 attempt for his first. Makes a 25-pound jump up to 280 for his second attempt. So let's see what we can get out of him. And Dalton, we're seeing a split jerk a little bit. Doesn't really need that much extra power to generate. That's going to be one of those things that strongmen typically do not utilize a split jerk. And if you watch Olympic lifting, it's an incredibly technical lift. So I don't blame any strongman for not trying to learn it. It takes a couple of years to really master it. But you want to see maybe a deeper split to generate that much more power and get under the bar. So Grant Moore coming up with 280. This is a 30-pound jump. He opts for a push press. Not generating enough leg drive. Gonna get some frustration out. Let's control that aggression and actually force it upwards. Grant utilizing one of those grip shirts that we mentioned. It's got a bit of a sheen to it. Able to get it up to the rack position pretty quickly through just brute force. I'd like to see him stabilize it a little bit more and maybe adjust his feet once he gets to the rack position. He's got time. I think he's getting hyped out. So he'll try to get a 280. I think it's there. We just need to see maybe a little bit more controlled dip from him to generate that force upwards into the press, which he does have the power to lock it out.
Let's go, Austin.
Austin's going to get himself recentered. Austin Owens coming back for another crack at 280.
But we're all together. But static monsters.
We know it's there.
After
Pizza's here. You guys want pizza?
Yeah, I'm not getting it.
you gotta make
Austin's going to make his third attempt of the day on the log clean and press lift.
Come on, Austin.
We saw great clean into the rack position from Austin. Easy work to get it up there. Let's see if he can translate that leg drive. Just almost there. So what we're seeing, folks, when you look at the dip for Austin, it's going to differ athlete to athlete, but I think this is a pretty good example of the right amount of leg drive, the right amount of dip distance. He's dipped probably about a quarter squat, maybe a third squat, if we can kind of co-opt that term. A quarter to a third squat to really load up the quads to generate that power. He's got those Olympic lifting shoes on. Just a great explosion up to the rack. He can steady it, catch his breath, really get that generation. Just not there today. Absolutely nothing to be ashamed. I know it's annoying when you can get it in the gym, but not translating it to the competition. But that is an impressive weight coming out of the 198 and under class. We're more here for commentary, not necessarily diagnostics. But what we're seeing, I think, on a lot of these athletes is in their dip.
Oh, the pit bull.
The weight's powerful, man. Shout out to our commenters in the YouTube stream with some nice words from our friends over at 580 and then Tyler Gustafson. It's a great crew represented in that area. What we're seeing in these athletes, and if you're trying to make a name for yourself in overhead pressing, boy, it's a complex. It's so much more complicated than some people make it out to be. It's one of the more nuanced, one of the more strategically complicated, technically complicated lifts, because there are so many parts that can break down. You're using every part of your body to get it from the ground to overhead. And if there's a weak link in that chain somewhere, it's going to be exposed, especially by the log. So what you're seeing with some of these athletes, and we might get to see it with some of these bigger boys coming in, it's that same kind of theme. If the log is getting out in front of you, and during the dip, if your heels are coming up, that force generation is going to leak. And when I say leak, it's just the force isn't going to be used efficiently to drive that log forward. So I want to see, same thing as we come back to Frank here, what I want to see from Frank, pardon me, I think this is Grant Moore. Grant attempted 280. What I want to see from Grant, I can't see it from where I'm sitting.
Good clean, come out!
I want to see Grant just rest into the heels a little bit more on the dip.
I mean, those guys are...
And the power generated just not... I firmly believe you can generate that lift, but today it's just not there. That's quite all right. That's a heavy log.
What's that?
So Grant's going to end the day, the 250-pound log press. Unsuccessful attempt at 280s. Heavy log. We're going to see some of our athletes for the first time pretty soon here. Some guys on the board that have not made their first attempts are going to start showing up.
Yeah, I do too.
I was training with him, came back, and then I saw the training again. I'm like,
Still seeing some guys warm up, so don't worry. Yes, he is just warming up with 280 pounds. We'll come to him in a minute.
I'm short for that damn...
It's rough to watch somebody warm up with your max. It's rough.
It is brutal. We've got the commentary on the side. It's rough to watch somebody warm up with your max. I know that, unfortunately, from experience. It's a little it's a little disheartening, but there are levels to this thing.
You'd have to like train for a year.
If you look at previous years, you want to remind everybody, Static Monsters is a worldwide event happening in 30 different localities, approaching 40 different events this weekend. So happening concurrently all over the world. There's a global leaderboard that comes into play. And not only for the local scene, you want to obviously win your class in the locality, but you want to put a good score up for the rest of the world. Like, this is how some folks get name recognition and get noticed for some of the bigger strongman events. We talk about Mitch Hooper, who a couple years ago just dominated this competition and got some attention, so he was invited to other big events. Obviously, it's worked out for him. Floyd Shackelford coming up for his third attempt. 285 is a 10-pound jump. Maybe just not happening, and maybe, as you may have heard in the background, maybe just knows his limits and doesn't want to push it, wants to save some in the tank for the deadlifts coming up.
Like I'm opening 10 pounds off what I've been training. I'm like, you might want to step down. It's like, but it's not just settle down.
To give some context for some of these big boys coming up, if you look at last year, to win or be in the conversation for the top 5, top 10 rankings in the world, we're looking at around 170, 180 kilos, which roughly translates, 2.2 pounds to a kilo.
That's why I said
170, 180, you're approaching 400 pounds while clean and press overhead. So kind of take that into consideration as we're going forward here. 400 pounds, that's the top spot. So anywhere, even around that, is impressive. Take 10% off that, 20% off that, you've got some really solid worldwide rankings. So making his debut, James Brady, who has not had a lift yet. 290 pounds. He's going to clean it up the rack position with ease. Oh, and just an easy looking press. Great from Brady here. Woo, Brady, as you might have heard in the background, a perennial contender in the area. I think he's done every single show I've ever seen hosted. If I'm not mistaken, like legitimately 50 plus?
Yeah.
Somewhere around there. 50 shows, which I just... That's impressive enough by itself.
Breaking the 300 pounds.
Even?
But then to show up, I believe Brady's in the 250, 260-ish pound weight class, which represented here, you jump from 231 in the open men's middleweight to open men's super heavyweight. So the delineation in classes is 231 pounds of body weight and then up. So kind of a big spectrum to just hop into the open class. You can weigh 240 pounds, you can weigh 340 pounds. Same class. We got Dalton Reese coming for his third attempt here. He hit 255 easy. 280, got it up. Moving up to 300 for Dalton. Easy clean to the rack. Gets his little bit of split. Let's give him just a chance to get a little bit more energy there.
Yes.
Able to lock it. Dalton with the first 300-pound log overhead that we've seen today. Absolutely fantastic result from Dalton. So we break the 300 mark. Let's see who we've got coming up next and where they're headed. And Dalton, just to put into perspective, pardon me, just to put it into perspective, Dalton used a little bit of a split jerk. And what that tells me, just from a coaching perspective, from a coaching and an athlete perspective, he's still got a lot of weight on the table. That split jerk, we'll call it split jerk in name only. It wasn't a lot of depth generated. It wasn't a lot of power generated. So that's not a bad thing. That just speaks to how incredibly powerful his shoulders are. So Dalton, with that split jerk, gets a 300-pound log clean and press. And something to pay attention to, as that cleans up, as that technique starts to improve, 300 is going to be pretty pedestrian. So keep an eye on Dalton. If he continues to follow this path, I expect some huge numbers out of that guy. Now we see Brady opting to take a 20-pound jump to 310. Pretty easy up into the rack position.
Nice.
Able to lock out 310. Fantastic. That is a strong, solid-looking 310 as well. Brady taking the push press approach, which means just a dip in the legs to get the force generation started. And then the shoulders and triceps, upper pecs kind of take over from there.
Probably going to keep going.
We got 310 from Brady, so currently in the lead for the open men's super heavyweight. However,
A burrito? It's cooking. It's cooking in here.
Anthony Jones opening at 320 pounds. Come on!
now, you want to talk about weight moving. You want to talk about some numbers moving up. You've seen him in the background. You've seen him warming up with some people's maxes. We've got Anthony Jones.
Just lurking in the back.
Just lurking. Waiting, lying in wait for his chance. This is his first attempt. He's staring down a 320-pound log. Anthony representing the open men's super heavyweight class, opening with what will be, if he makes it, the heaviest log lifted so far today for his opener. Anthony gets steady, cleans it up into the rack, very efficient up into the rack, and just makes it look easy. 320 pounds from Anthony. I don't want to understate what just happened. So we saw Anthony come out. He's been doing it right. He's been keeping warm kind of on the sidelines. It's a long time to wait from warm-ups to get an actual attempt. So he's been jumping in when he can to get warm-up reps, make sure he's staying loose. Comes in and executes just a great log clean and press there. Now we've seen from Anthony, I'm expecting to see some just nutty stuff on the deadlift.
We're going to give them all about 5 minutes.
But we're going to give Anthony a little bit of a break because we're down to only, I think, two competitors. We saw Anthony last year at Static Monsters, and we saw a 340 log. I would imagine if I was Anthony, I'd want to put a little bit more. So I think we've got one more attempt for Brady, who just completed a 310. And Anthony coming out, whatever he's selecting after 320. I don't think we quite heard it, but... We've got a couple minutes. Let's talk about some of the equipment that we've seen on these athletes so far. We talked about the Olympic lifting shoes that kind of create a little bit of a heel. They're a little bit more stable and flat to the floor, so you generate a strong platform to explode out of. You'll see knee sleeves on a lot of the athletes, and what that's doing is obviously keeping the tendons around the knee warm, the meniscus, all of those MCI, LCI, all of those tendons and ligaments in the knee, make sure they're warm and not cold for some of these attempts. But what it's also doing is creating a little bit of just compression and make it a little bit more comfortable in the dip, in the initial pull. When you get to the rack position of the log, and when you want to start to generate that dip to get the leg drive moving, a lot of people will opt to wear knee sleeves. It feels a little bit more protected. It feels a little bit more safe to dip. It feels a little more comfortable, frankly, for some folks. I feel like you can actually dip into that position without putting your knees at risk a little bit more. It is always, as with any of this equipment, athlete preference. I personally will use knee sleeves. I'm not getting any younger. I'd like to keep them in okay shape. We will see some athletes use wrist wraps. Wrist wraps are essentially kind of a stretchy material. They're using the Velcro around their wrist to provide rigidity and structure to the wrist ligaments, the muscles in the forearm, especially for a log. You are lifting with handles that are in a neutral grip position. So rather than a regular barbell that's kind of straight across and perpendicular, it's kind of it's not a super natural position for the hands to be setting, but a log is a little bit more of a natural grip. So a lot of folks will opt to use those wrist straps, in the log especially, because they want to generate as much power. We talked about the weak link. You want to make sure when you're pressing, no part of your body is weak and actually allows the press to finish. So the wrists are one of those chains, or one of those links rather, in the chain, that if you're not gripping it properly, if you're not holding it as strong as you can and pressing it upwards, your wrist might kind of fall forward a little bit. We talked about the different planes that the power can kind of move across. If it dips forward, you start to lose the log forward. It falls forward. You try to compensate with the quads. It just makes it harder. It's not impossible. It just makes it harder. So folks that are using those wrist straps are trying to lock those forearms in place, lock those wrists in place, to just keep it a straight line of power from the shoulders, truly starting from the legs, through the hips, through the core and the trunk, shoulders, up through the triceps.
Hey, Taylor.
Up through the wrists.
Taylor. Can I see that paper real quick? So I can enter in their second lifts, and then I'll give it right back.
Finally, you'll see a lot of people with belts.
While we're taking a break.
If you're a lifter, you're not a stranger to belts. But you might be a stranger if you're in Olympic lifting or if you're in powerlifting. You're going to see some guys with two belts on. And obviously the big belt, the big leather one that's either like using buckles or using that kind of punch-through mechanism or using that big metal loop. That's going to be your top belt. That's going to provide the bulk of the support, creating the intra-abdominal pressure, so the bracing around your core. What you're going to see from some of these guys is a soft belt underneath the belt. And that, frankly, for some people like myself, that's just more comfortable to roll the log up on. You don't want to pinch yourself on the way up. It's going to sound silly when you're lifting a 340-pound log over your head. But if you get pinched, if your skin kind of catches, like that could be enough outside stimulus to just throw you off. So you want to minimize any chance for that to happen.
It's you or me here. Might as well be you.
We're gonna see the last couple lifts here, and this is a fun one because some of these guys, once they reach a certain point, they might not be competing anymore for the local win.
What is it?
But they're trying to get as many points
Hey,
on the global leaderboard. So what we're seeing from James Brady here is a 345-pound log attempt. Last attempt was 310, so this is a 35-pound weight jump. Able to get up to the rack. He needs a little bit more drive from the legs. He might have it. Let's see if he can take a second, collect himself. He's not going to try it again. That's all right. 345.
Last up for the damn log. Same way.
Hell of an attempt. So Anthony, I don't know if there was collusion in the back room here, but he's going to try the same weight. So I don't know if Anthony maybe goaded Brady into 345. 345 almost was there for Brady, which at his body weight is absolutely nuts. I love it. We're seeing Anthony here get prepped. A little bit of motivation. Getting those elbow sleeves on. That's the final piece of equipment that we didn't quite catch on. Elbow sleeves, the same kind of idea as the knee sleeves. They're generating a little bit of structure, a little bit more compression for the joints to stay warm. It also forces that section of the body to want to straighten out. So there's a bit of give and a take with these elbow sleeves. They come in different variations of thickness. Different athletes obviously prefer different things, but the thicker the sleeve, generally the more it wants to keep that joint straight. Great for pressing, but one of the trade-offs that you're going to see, it might not matter here with Anthony as he approaches 345, pardon me. Sometimes that desire to straighten out the joint interferes with the clean in the rack position of the press itself. Varies athlete to athlete, obviously. It's a lot of personal preference. But you kind of have to make that judgment call of, is this going to help my press more than it's going to impact my clean and getting it to the rack position? Now let's see it from Anthony here. He's setting up for 345. 345 pounds.
Go to the roof, come out!
On the log. Gets it into the lap. Up to the chest. It's just a great executed lift. 345 for Anthony.
what's he? 55? Calvin, 55.
We're moving up. We're here on the side. 10 more pounds for Anthony. Now what I'd like to see from Anthony is the final lifter of the day for the log clean and press. What I'd like to see from Anthony, you saw him pull it up to the lap. You saw him kind of sit in that lap position for a second. Obviously he's got the strength to throw it up overhead. And we'll see what a 10-pound jump does to it. But what I'd like to see from Anthony from a coach's eye is maybe get through that transition to the front rack a little bit quicker. The longer, especially with the bigger boys, the longer that you're kind of sitting in that squatted position, that's not a neutral position. You can say that you're resting there in that spot with the leg or with the log in the lap, but there's energy capacity that's kind of being burnt out. And you talk about that leaking concept. There's energy that's starting to leak the longer you stand in that position. You want it there long enough to kind of make the adjustment to row it into your chest, up your body, so you can extend the glutes through, push them through, and get the log up to the rack position. You don't want to rush it, obviously, unless you're trying a Viper press. But you don't want to spend too much time in there. The energy kind of burns off, and it starts to affect the capacity to press. So I don't know if it'll come into I don't know if it'll come into play for Anthony, as he's just mauling these weights.
I love you.
However, if we were gonna apply a little bit of coaching there, what I'd like to see is just transition through the actual lap position into the front rack. He's got the strength for it. He's got the technique for it. Just a little bit quicker. Get it to the rack quicker. Press will be that much easier. Now again, I don't think that'll come into play here. I think Anthony's gonna blast through it for a 355 log press. We'll see. But there's always more weight that you can put on the bar. Always little efficiencies that you can tweak and improve. That's how the best get to the top. They're of course insanely strong athletes. Genetic gifts, chemical laboratories, a lot goes into it, obviously. We're not going to pretend that it doesn't. But is the technique tweaks. There's the raw strength, there's the technique tweaks, there's the strategy approaching it. That's what separates the very top tier from just the very strong. We'll give Anthony a little bit here to get warmed back up. As you start to see on the side of the frame here, we're getting some of the deadlifts set up. We're getting some practice reps set in there.
I'm sorry.
We're just, we're good to go. All right.
So we're here with Calvin Vaughn, owner, operator, head judge, head organizer.
Yeah, it's a day.
Head sponsor. How's it going so far? This is Static Monsters. This is something you've been a part of for a couple years now.
Yeah, this is our third year of it. Something I really like. It's kind of fun because it's like strongman's version of powerlifting. You know, overhead, a weird deadlift. I like this deadlift's always fun because it's such a good mix of elevated but still kind of FU.
It really does test every part of at least the static portions and the dynamic lift of an athlete for strong.
Yeah, I mean, how much can you stand in one place and just pick up? And you know, the nice thing about this, even though you're allowed to use suits, the suit doesn't really do anything. Not at this height. Like
at this height, it doesn't give you
pounds. Maybe.
If you're not familiar with deadlift suits, so deadlift suits are basically like we talked about knee sleeves, we talked about elbow sleeves.
Yeah.
A deadlift suit is like a whole body sleeve. For lack of a better term, I've not spent a lot of time in it. You've been in deadlift suits.
Yeah.
It's like a big, obnoxious hug.
It's like the most uncomfortable pair of overalls you ever put in your life, and then you're just like, oh, I don't know where my junk is. It's probably in my taint.
The intent, as we see some athletes kind of put on their suits, what is the intention behind putting a deadlift suit?
So the suit essentially makes it so you can't bend over, and when you force yourself to bend over, a bit of elasticity in the material kind of unfolds you. So it's really, really helpful off the ground if you know how to use it. You can get your hips down and really compress yourself. The thing that sucks is just the head pressure. If you get down into that position, just getting to the bar is the worst part of the lift if you have a tight suit. You feel like your eyes are going to pop out. You look like Bill Kazmaier by the time you get there. Just, you know.
It's a lot. So we just talked about the use of elbow sleeves and the different plies that you can use for a press and the trade-offs that you're kind of making, because as good as it might make you at actually locking out the press, there are trade-offs because getting into that row position, getting into clean, you have to make that judgment of, is it helping your press more than it's hurting your clean? The same's got to be true for a deadlift.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the trade-off for the deadlift suit is both a technical aspect, whether you know how to use it, because if you're not good at using it, that bit of extension will push you forward and can get you really out of position coming off the ground. And secondly, if you don't have the diaphragm strength to intake breath when you're in that suit, you will not brace, and you will not be braced when the suit loosens up a little bit about halfway through the lift. I personally bulged a disc about 2 years ago deadlifting in a suit because I had an issue with that, where I was practicing in it and I thought I was braced in the bottom, and I was not. I did not have enough air in me, and by the time I got it to my knees, I realized I didn't have enough air while I was super compromised, had no brace, and popped a disc in my low back, and had to rehab for about 6 months to get my deadlift back.
It's fair to say that it's basically a different lift. Like, they're both called deadlift.
It is.
However, the technique that you have to train it.
I really personally like only maybe a one-ply suit. I probably will eventually use a metal, like triple-ply metal suit, but I have an Inzer Fusion that's just like a singlet, like over the shoulder, not straps, nothing crazy, and you just get into it. Yeah, it's just enough where I feel like I could probably get 50 off the ground with it if I got the most out of it on the day. And it makes an event for reps kind of nice if I have it, because I get that pop, that less energy off the ground. It's all about lockout, and I'm super good at lockout. I itch at hosting this because I want to do these. These are really good lifts for me. I mean, if I was going to pick an overhead, I'd pick a log, and if I was going to pick a deadlift, it'd be an elevated deadlift.
Yep.
Question. Yes, guy.
Do I have to have my thumb?
All right.
I was just making sure because
Fielding some athlete questions.
Yeah.
We talked about it with the elbow sleeves too. The difference in ply. We see Anthony. I think he's got a triple ply elbow sleeve.
Yeah.
I prefer a single ply. I still prefer to wear them, but for anything that's coming from the ground, I want enough support that it's there, just enough, but not enough to compromise.
The only thing I will do, like strap downs or big heavy elbow sleeves, is dumbbell, because the dumbbell clean is almost completely unaffected by your sleeve.
Yep.
Once you're here, the weight of it just folds the elbow in, and you're good. On an axle or a log, if that clean is on the limit at all, that sleeve will just completely mess up your clean.
Yep. We were talking about it with Anthony. That he's not going to have a problem with it.
No.
And we haven't seen him yet because it's just so much.
Alrighty, I think I'm going to go ahead and end his rest. We're going to go ahead and end his rest and get into this last lip here.
Awesome. Thanks, Calvin. That was Calvin Vaughn, owner, operator, promoter, competitor. The list continues. We've given enough rest, we think, to our athlete, our final log athlete, Anthony. We're going to get this last attempt in. We're getting people warmed up on the deadlifts on the other side here, so they're not waiting too long, they're not getting cold. We want to get that moving here.
Take a little bit of space.
But it's time for Anthony's final lift. As a reminder, Anthony Jones in our Open Men's Super Heavyweight class, we saw 320.
We got Anthony Jones.
We saw 345.
55 pounds.
Now we're seeing an attempt at 355 pounds. Anthony's had a little bit of time to compose himself, maybe recover from these past two attempts. Now, it has been a couple minutes. So this is one of these things where you see where rest time strategy comes into play. Some people want to go right away. 3 or 4 minutes. If it's been too long, sometimes the athletes can get cold. And what I mean by cold, physically, the joints have kind of lost some of that temperature that they need the blood to flow properly and recover and be their best strength. Mentally, too. If you spend enough time waiting between the events, you'll see that sometimes at bigger shows. Using the experience at nationals events that I've been to, sometimes it's a ton of people, 500 competitors. The time between events sometimes is an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours if it's not being run well. And you're still expected to compete. You're still expected to show up in your top form. Some athletes are conditioned well to deal with that. Some athletes not so much. So on top of everything else that we've already covered today, what we're going to see from Anthony is if the rest strategy in a couple minutes, by a couple probably looking at 10 or so at this point, is that too much rest where he's gotten cold mentally and physically? I don't think so. Anthony doesn't seem to think so. Let's see, 355 pounds. Taking a lot of breath. In that lap position, he's got it up to the rack. Just not able to lock it out. So he's got time. And this is what we were just talking about. He took a couple seconds in that lap position. Took some extra time to breathe. But the problem is that's not a resting position. You're still using energy to exist in that state. So the longer you spend in that state, the less energy you have to complete the actual press portion of the lift. So I'm looking for Anthony to maybe spend a little less time on the lap here.
You got this. Come on.
He's got the power. He's got more than enough power to actually get it up. There we go. So he spends less time in the lap, gets back to the rack. Look at that! Look at that! 355 pounds. That's going to do it for our log clean and press. We're halfway there. We're halfway done. This is Static Monsters 2024, a global event. 30 plus events across really the world this weekend happening to find the best static lifters in strongman, the log clean and press, the 18-inch axle deadlift, and what you've just witnessed is the last log press of the day, 355 pounds from Anthony Jones, one of our men's super heavyweight competitors. So we are going to take a short break. What we're going to do is kind of reset the playing field a little bit and get the axle deadlift apparatuses, or apparati rather, set up. Get some practice reps for all of our athletes. Not going to give them too much time so they get cold, but we want to make sure they're warmed up because they're two pretty different lifts, and we'll talk about it more when we get to them. But we are going to take a break. This is Static Monsters in Iron Forge Gym, Newton Falls, Ohio. We'll be back in a little bit. Stay tuned.
I know, you keep telling me that.
All right, everybody, welcome back to 2024's edition of Static Monsters out of Iron Forge Gym in Newton Falls, Ohio. We're halfway through this competition. We have seen the log clean and press portion of this competition so far. We've seen some absolutely incredible lifts. And now we're moving on to the second portion of it, which is a deadlift. Not just any deadlift, an elevated deadlift on an axle bar. To explain a little bit further, it's an elevated deadlift, a normal bar deadlift, about 9.5 inches off the ground if you measure from the bar. That's your normal pick height, usually about mid-shin on most folks. The 18-inch deadlift is your elevation height for this pull. So for most of our athletes, you're going to see it come up to right underneath their knee. It completely changes the dynamic of the deadlift. It is, yes, still a deadlift. However, you're starting from a higher position. You'll see a lot of people kind of talk about it like a rack pull. If you're familiar with the lifting space, you're taking a barbell from an elevated position on the rack. Usually what that means is it focuses a little bit more on the hamstrings, a little bit more on like the lower back muscles, those erector spinae that get used in the finishing end of the deadlift, then pushing your glutes through. So you can't use exactly the same mechanics as a regular deadlift from the ground. That's the elevated portion. The other spin on it is it's on an axle bar. If you haven't used an axle bar, it is a little bit thicker, and when I say a little bit, it's probably about twice the thickness from a circumference standpoint. So it's harder to grip. You'll see a lot of our athletes using straps, and we'll go into the different types and what that means for the deadlifts. But it's also a bar that does not have flex in it. It's a solid axle bar. There's no flex. And that makes it different from a regular deadlift for so many reasons. We equated this a little bit at the offset of the stream to a strongman powerlifting competition insofar as that you have 2 events and you have 3 attempts. Each athlete gets 3 attempts at each lift to get just the biggest number. You want to lift the biggest number of weight. Add those 2 together, that's your score. As a reminder, Static Monsters is a global event. So we've got about 30 events happening around the world this weekend. Everybody doing the same exact competition lifts. So you're obviously competing against the other folks in your class here locally, as we've kind of talked about. But you're also fighting for rankings on the world scorecard, the global leadership board. And those within a certain percentage of the top on the global level will get invited to Static Monsters Global Finals, that kind of event that really takes the top of the competition, gives them a little bit longer to peak for a better score, run it back for the highest scores. And you'll see a couple athletes really make a name for themselves or use that platform to continue to get more notoriety, I guess we could call it. Talked earlier in the stream about how Mitch Hooper, who if you're familiar with the strongman space or if you've seen on YouTube as of late, one of just seemingly out of nowhere the most impressive strongman athletes that we've seen in a long time. Coming in and absolutely dominating, as I said, seemingly out of nowhere. Static Monsters is one of the competitions that he attributes to really the start of bursting onto the global scene in about 2021, about the height of the pandemic. Not a lot of in-person competitions. The future of certain competitions was not exactly certain. So online competitions were a big deal at that point. Static Monsters, one of those competitions that you really do from anywhere. It's just the max log and the max deadlift. And a lot of places locally were putting that on. So Mitch won in 2021, which really burst him onto the scene because he was, not only did he win, but it was in dominating fashion. He pushed well over the, I want to say, I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but we talked about the 180 kilo log clean and press being a pretty impressive and top ranked lift. He was somewhere in that space. Similarly with the deadlift, we're looking at 400 plus kilos being the top 10, top 5 for year to year, the highest deadlift. Translated to pounds, that's around 880 pounds, upwards of 900 pounds on this deadlift. It's a really big opportunity for some athletes to get some exposure on a global stage here. Some of the other names you might recognize, especially from the strongman community, 2 years ago, Gabriel Pena, one of the, I believe he's competed at various competitions, obviously on the national stage, but we've seen some exposure for the biggest shows on earth that Gabe's been a part of. We've also seen Big Z, Zydrunas Savickas, one of arguably the greatest strongmen of all time, that's competed in Static Monsters and showed up very well. Also Jacob Finnerty, who is a monster in his own right, holds several world records for pressing for various stone lifts, showed up in Static Monsters. So yes, this is maybe 30 athletes or so in a town in Ohio competing here. However, this is a global competition that can get you noticed, can get you some serious recognition, and can ramp you into some different competitions that give you big opportunities here. So we've seen a lot of impressive showings already on just the log clean and press. And I think we're getting down to our last couple warm-ups on the deadlift bar here. To reiterate, it is an 18-inch axle deadlift pull. So not only is there no flex in the bar, but it's an elevated pick height. So the dynamics of the lift shift pretty significantly depending on the lifter. If you are a lifter that is good locking out, you'll find this a little bit more naturally, I won't say naturally easy, but a bit more of a natural position to start at. If you're a stronger deadlifter off the floor, you might have a bit of a challenge in trying to master this particular movement.
You ready?
Especially if you're coming from powerlifting. Some powerlifting federations, they vary on the different bars that they use. Strongman is a little bit more lax when it comes to exact tensile strength or the different properties of the bar that are happening. An axle is an axle, in most cases is an axle in strongman. So if you're a powerlifter that's used to a bar with a bit of a whip in it, and you can kind of pull the tension out and use that generation to start the lift in a different mechanism and really make it more advantageous to the way that you pull.
And that's like
the axle deadlift does not care. It is unforgiving. It's going to start from exactly where it wants to start and not you. So it's a great equalizer in a show like this. Everybody's got to log or clean and press the log the same way. Everybody's got to axle deadlift the same way. Just kind of what happens with an implement like this.
yeah.
So I'm going to apologize in advance. Unlike the first event, the log clean and press, where we had crash pads kind of quieting the down commands and the contact of the floor, frankly, the deadlifts are on big metal heavy contraptions. So when they're set down, some athletes aren't going to be quite so ginger, and that's okay. But it is going to be loud. It might spike some of the levels here. So if you have this turned up on your TV or on your computer, just as a heads up, you might hear some clanging.
Her and Zach are
As we finish warming up here, we're going to get into some of the specifics about the rules for the deadlift. If you're a powerlifter or coming from a strongman background, these rules are not going to be very foreign. You have, same as the log, 3 attempts to deadlift the heaviest weight that you can.
I think though.
You have 60 seconds from when you basically tell the judge you're ready to go. You have to use a conventional stance. In strongman, a conventional stance is described as your hands being outside of your legs. So we can kind of describe it as we go forward, but in powerlifting you'll see a difference between competitors that choose a conventional deadlift stance, which is arms outside of the legs, you'll see them around the knees, or a sumo stance, which your legs are spread a little bit further and your hands are in between your legs. Just, it's a different power generation. We won't get into the drama that some communities may have around conventional versus sumo.
You guys can keep it.
It's a very different mechanical lift, so no matter how you slice it. The only style of deadlifting that will be allowed here is a conventional deadlift. No sumo, no Jefferson deadlifts. If you're familiar, we're not going crazy. We're just gonna pick pick the weight up off the floor. Defined by hands being outside of the knees for the entire duration of the lift. For this event, straps are allowed. You're going to see this on most athletes in strongman. Powerlifting, obviously, it's generally raw when it comes to straps, with the exception of some odd onesie-twosies. But in a powerlifting competition, it's just raw grip holding onto the bar. We may see that from some competitors, but most athletes find it advantageous to use straps, whatever different form they may be, and we can kind of call them out as we see them. But it's providing a little bit of extra grip to completing the lift. And what that's doing, wherever you land on the straps conversation, strongman generally is about who can lift the most weight. And if you take the grip at least a little bit out of the equation, we're going to see some big weights. And that's what strongman's about. We want to see who can lift the most weight, regardless of their setup. Similar to the log clean and press, the lift is only completed when the judge calls down. So what the judge is going to be looking for, the lifter has to have the knees, the hips, and the shoulders locked out. We'll talk what that looks like as we see some of the competitors start to cycle through here. But if they're not fully locked out, they're going to receive a no lift, and they have to try it again if they've got time, or they're just not going to get credit for that lift. You're allowed to use chalk. You're allowed to use belts, sleeves if you want them. You're allowed to use deadlift suits, which before the break we talked about a little bit. You see a handful of athletes with deadlift suits on here. We'll talk more about it, but it's basically a full body sleeve. Those neoprene sleeves that you see on elbows and knees. A deadlift suit, like Calvin was describing, it forces your body, no other way to say it, to be fully erect. You want to be straight up and down. To lock out fully a deadlift. Now, there is a trade-off similar to the elbow sleeve conversation. The tighter or the thicker ply, so how thick the fabric is and how constricting it is going to impact your ability to get into the actual start position for the deadlift. And when I say impact, I'm not just saying, it's a little bit trickier. It's harder to breathe. It's harder to brace. It's generally not very comfortable to exist in these suits. So a lot of it is the calculus of, is this helping more than it's hurting, at least for the amount of time that I have to be in the suit. We're seeing on the side here, it's not in frame, but we're seeing some of the athletes get into their suits and start to get comfortable. You will legitimately see people hanging from the straps of the deadlift suit in a rack, for example, just to get it on comfortably, or not really comfortably, but just appropriately. It's a pain. It's uncomfortable.
I'm not in your way.
I'm not important. No, thank you. I'm really not, though. You're good.
So we'll see how these deadlift suits impact some of these attempts here.
Thank you.
You're the boss.
That's actually fair, yeah.
Now we talk about straps being allowed. There are a couple different types of
You
straps.
allow him to.
For the most part, we're going to see figure 8 straps. You might be able to see them in some of these frames as we have the athletes kind of moving around. The figure 8 straps are generally going to be just 2 loops. And contrary to a normal strap where it's just a long length of some kind of material, sometimes cloth, sometimes a cotton-based thing, sometimes leather. Where you wrap that strap around the bar a couple times and then attach your grip to it. Figure 8 straps starting to be more used in the strongman community. A, for its speed of getting attached and hooked up to the bar. There's a lot of events with deadlift medleys as part of them, and figure 8 straps are quicker to get the bar kind of in position and ready for the lift. So a lot of athletes will opt to use those, but not only for speed of putting it on. A lot of athletes are just more comfortable with how they are used with the deadlift bar. It is really a matter of preference. I personally like figure 8 straps a lot. The downside, it depends on who you talk to, but the downside of the straps in the figure 8 style is if you drop the deadlift, for instance, unless you have some different way of gripping it, you're kind of going down with the deadlift. Whereas with the normal straps, if you drop it and lose that tension, the bars just drop. It's a really matter of personal preference. This all said, we're about to get started. Chris Witzel is our first competitor approaching the deadlift platform. Chris Witzel has 500 pounds as your first attempt, and that's just a sign of things to come, folks, if we're starting at 500 pounds. We saw where we went with the rest of the athletes. So let's see what Chris has for us, representing the men's lightweight division, which is 176 pounds or under. Making easy work of the deadlift. Almost 3 times his body weight for his first pull. Just to put that in context.
Ready? Begin.
Caroline is our athlete approaching on the other bar here. Ramping up the legs for a very solid deadlift. I believe we've got 285 on the bar for Caroline, which, just to give it more context, is more than twice Caroline's body weight. So we're gonna see some crazy stuff today, folks. We've got Robert Gregory coming up on the deadlift bar. Robert Gregory again making pretty light work. The 500-pound deadlift. So we've seen a lot of the log clean and press today so far, and incredibly technical compound movement. I don't want to give a different amount of credit to how technical deadlifts are. Obviously, there's a lot going into it. At the end of the day, it is a single plane production of force, pushing the earth away, pulling the bar up. Especially with an 18-inch pick height, you're just trying to get the bar to move a couple inches. You're trying to lock it out. Push those glutes through, get the hips generating power to lock it out. This is to say the dramatics are just a little different. They take a different form. Got Ryan Graham coming up for his first pull here at 500 pounds. Able to lock 500 pounds out for Ryan. We'll get into what kind of breaks down the 18-inch pull. We saw from Ryan, as soon as it broke the plane, meaning as soon as the plates actually left the ground, the weight flew up. And this is the difference in athletes that you're going to see. Some athletes are better producing force off the ground at the start of the lift. Some are better at locking it out. And you're going to see the difference in velocity of the bar. Really is illustrated there. Got Dylan Furby. Ramping up the thighs a little bit, but that's okay. This is strongman after all. For a 500-pound successful deadlift.
500 pounds, lane 1.
Travis Williams also approaching the 500-pound bar deadlift. Getting strapped in. This is an example of those figure 8 straps. We've seen it with a couple athletes already. He's going to roll the ball forward to him, the bar rather. Pretty wide stance, but still conventional. Makes pretty easy work at 500.
How much is that?
500. No, I cannot lift 700. No.
Moving the bar up ever so slightly. We're gonna start pulling, I believe, 515 pounds. We're also adjusting the right deadlift bar. That platform is going up to 300 pounds.
All right, lane 2, 300 pounds. Caroline Dunn.
We've got Caroline Dunn coming out for 300 pounds. Well over 2 times body weight.
Big pull, come on. Big pull. Yeah.
Caroline locking that out, looking pretty easy. So Caroline's an example. If you look at kind of the positioning of the bar, it's just above the knees. So what that creates is a little bit of a different dynamic. Whoa! A little bit of a different dynamic where she can kind of ramp it up the thighs a little bit. Successful lift at 300. Calling her shot for the next one. A little bit out of earshot, but we'll see what Caroline opts to pull next. I think she's got plenty in the tank.
If you just go under.
Travis Williams approaching the heavy bar, we'll just call it to kind of distinguish here. They're both heavy, obviously. But as we kind of move the frames around, this is the heavy bar at the moment, 500 and I believe they put 5 more on there for Justin Middlehurst. So 505 pounds, right around there. Justin having a little bit of struggle just kind of breaking it off the floor. We saw a little bit of separation off the floor, but it just looks like it's not quite there. For reference, Justin is one of our 176 athletes. So this is approaching 3 times body weight.
All right, we got Jamie Whitman, 330.
We have Jamie Whitman, our open women's super heavyweight class, approaching the 330-pound bar. If you kind of heard there, athletes are able to strap in the bar before their time starts. So they got a full 60 seconds. Oh, yeah. And Jamie making just really clean work of them. Looked heavy, obviously, but what I'm looking for in some of these deadlifts is an equal, this is going to sound pretty nerdy, but an equal velocity curve, an equivalent of velocity curve the entire way through the lift. So when it breaks the plane, I want the tempo of that lift to be the exact same all the way through. That, to me, signals a pretty well-rounded deadlifter. That means they don't necessarily have a strength or a weakness in either part of the lift. It's just solid all the way through. We're going to see Justin Middlehurst take his 500 attempt again. It breaks off the floor just a little bit. And you see, obviously, the amount of strain. Maybe it's just out there today. I mean, this, folks, this is, like I said, almost 3 times his body weight.
Over here, we're going to 515.
Absolutely. Nothing to sneeze at there. Nothing to be disappointed in. Making some weight moves. Our heavy bar going up to 515 pounds. And our lighter bar, I'll just call it the lighter bar. Guys, this is still so heavy. Our lighter bar's going up to 340 pounds. So Caroline Successful at 285. Successful at 300. This is a 40-pound jump. To 340 pounds. 2.5 times her body weight.
Come on! Let's go!
Come on, young lady.
Come on!
Awesome. Woo! Awesome lift. Absolutely awesome lift. So what we saw there, just based on the leverages, the bar basically starts tracking above Caroline's knees. So it's up to each athlete to really figure out how best to use their leverages. Some folks will kind of ramp it up the legs, which is convenient for some because you can kind of lean back and use that force of you falling backwards essentially. As long as you can stabilize it, it can help you, make it the rest of the way up. Depending on your leverages, depending on your preferences, it can be helpful. We are seeing Ryan Graham for his second attempt here. Started with 500, jumping to 515. Just like the last one. Great lift from Ryan, just like the last one. A little bit hard to break it off the floor, but as soon as it does, it moves. We are seeing Julia Penrod make her debut on the deadlift event here. Impressive showing on the log, getting over 100 pounds. 100 pounds overhead, rather. And we are opening her deadlift at 350 pounds. 350 pounds. I just want to reiterate that. So Julia's strapped in, gives the head nod.
Come on, Julia, light work. There you go.
A successful, easy lift for Julia. We're going to see more coming out of her, I have no doubt. It's another good example that the bar comes about up to the knees, so it chose not to ramp the same way that Caroline might have. But some people's leverages just benefit different positionings better. Coming up on our heavier bar, got Jake Chapman. Jake is making his debut on the deadlift at 515 pounds. Woo! Jake in all the garb. He's got the barefoot shoes. He's got the deadlift suit, the warm pants, the belt, the hat, the bucket hat. Fantastic. 515. Let's see what more we can get out of Jake today. Making some weight adjustments. Going up to 525 pounds.
She said in an hour.
On the bar on the left here, the heavier bar.
It's good for you.
Dylan Furby, I believe, is going to be your first athlete pulling it at 525. This is going to be his second attempt. Making a 25-pound jump. See if we can squeak some more out. About 5% heavier. It's a big jump at these weights.
Alright, next up, we got Dylan Furby, 525.
Dylan's coming up. 525. Gonna give himself some percussive encouragement. Gonna give the nod. He's gonna roll it forward, generate some momentum, and hitch it on it. It's a good rep. It's a good rep from Dylan Furby. And what you're going to see as we're kind of changing athletes and changing weights here, there's a couple more things that differentiate rule-wise this from powerlifting. So you just saw from Dylan there, the way that he started the pull, that's generally acceptable in powerlifting. If you roll it forward a little bit to kind of create I don't know, different athletes will say different things, but create some momentum, get yourself situated and the tension out of the bar as we move over to Jamie Whitman. Making a 20-pound jump to 350 pounds. Looked incredibly solid in the first lift.
Come on, Jamie! That back lock.
Jamie just struggling to break the initial plane. Just to keep it in context, guys, this is 350 pounds. This is heavy stuff. All of these athletes started at such a high position, and I expect to see much more. But every lift is impressive at this point. So 350 pounds. Jamie made a jump of about 20, which to some people just feels like 100.
So at 2 in the morning, it works 2 o'clock.
Jamie will come back for another attempt on that one. Fantastic. So you got the bar rolling towards you to kind of kick off the lift. Some people will prefer that. Some people will just pull the bar to them tension-wise, get the slack out of their arms as they start to pull organically at the site of the deadlift start. Got Ryan Grand coming out for 540. This will be Ryan's last lift of the day. 25-pound jump from his previous attempt. You'll see Ryan roll it forward just a little bit to get into position. He breaks it off the floor.
Let's go, Ryan!
Just maybe not enough gas. He's got time. If he can get himself a little bit more heat.
Come on.
some sideline coaching. he's kicked off the shoes for a little bit more height benefit leverage wise. Just not there. Just not there. To reiterate, Ryan Graham is in the Open Men's Lightweight group, which is 198 pounds of body weight or lower, and his heaviest lift was 515 pounds, 2.5 times his body weight he's lifted here today. Not to mention lifting almost exactly his body weight overhead. Heading back over to Chris Witzel. Successful 500-pound opener as the event started. So he's making a 50-pound jump here. It looked pretty solid. So from an event selection standpoint, we kind of talked about strategy a little bit with a log clean and press. But traditionally, what you'll see in a 3-attempt lifting competition, lift number 2 is going to be pretty close to your max. Able to get it to the knees, hitch it up, and ramp it up the legs for a successful lift. We talked about the opener being one that you can comfortably hit in the gym any day, cold out of the bed. Different coaches will call it different things. But your second lift, this is kind of the make or break lift with regard to the direction that you're going to travel in the competition. If you overshoot that second lift, that second weight selection, you might have to do it again. If you go too low, you might leave points on the board because you'll overshoot your third rep selection.
Your second lift after until everybody's third lift, which is really good because it's a rising bar. Obviously, the wind.
Robert Gregory with a 550-pound successful deadlift. Another 50-pound jump.
I couldn't do it until everybody's second attempt before I could put
Lights now, I guess.
We're going to see Travis Williams suited up, belted up, figure eights on. He's got the traditional chucks. Favorite gym shoe since, I don't know, 80s, early 90s. Classic lifting. Travis Williams with a classic lift. 550 pounds for Travis. That is his second lift. Successful 50-pound jump there. Awesome showing. And Jamie Whitman. We saw Jamie attempt 350. Not quite there. We're going to 355. So we'll talk about that in a second, why that might be strategically advantageous. Not able to make 350 happen. Let's see if we can lock in, get a little bit more force generated off the floor.
Come on! Okay.
Maybe just not there today. That's all right. Jamie finishing the deadlift with a 330-pound successful lift. I'll talk real quick about why that decision was made to maybe go up 5 pounds. If Jamie would have hit 350 for that second attempt, she would have tied Julia's first attempt at 350. So they'll split points, and it kind of dictates the direction that these two athletes would go for their next attempts. In shooting for a 355 attempt, she was looking to edge out Julia's first successful lift. In the event that Julia wouldn't be able to finish her second lift, that would leave Jamie with kind of the points, the point advantage in that. Just one example of how strategic some of these lifting events can be. Got to take some calculated risks sometimes. Dylan Furby coming out. Dylan's making his third attempt here. We've seen 500. We've seen 525. So we're making a big jump up to 560. Try to get some points on some of the 550 guys. Oh! He's able to lock it out. There we go. And a really great example of strict judging and making the athletes earn it. You might have heard in the background, knees. That was a call from the head judge, Calvin, over there. What was happening is Dylan didn't have it completely locked out. And what we're looking for, as per the rules, are locked out knees, hips, straightforward torso, basically. Eye contact with the judge to confirm the rep is good. Knees were still slightly bent, which is not a fully locked out lift. And making him earn it. But Dylan was able to execute and finalize it there. Now Julia's coming out with a 360 deadlift attempt. Julia at this point needs to separate total weight now on the scorecard. So she's able to pull 360, which she absolutely is.
Yeah.
Julia's now created a scenario in which her only competition in the class, Jamie had 20 pounds, on Julia for the log. And what Julia just did is won the deadlift by 30 pounds. So she's secured the win in that class. Jake Chapman, who we just saw, a pretty casual looking 565. 50-pound jump for him. That's his second attempt. And that's, if you're looking at the scoreboard, if you're looking at some of these event selections, you'll see a lot of athletes do half jumps, we'll kind of call them, which is the 65s, the 365s. What that's intended to do is kind of create some separation in all the athletes that have already selected that previous, we'll call it the more round number of like 550. So creating some separation, at least at this level, to get more points on the board, just in case of unsuccessful attempts in future lifts. I think we're headed to Chris Witzel on the heavy bar. Did not catch the wave. He's adding, looks like a 10 and a 5. Or maybe a 5 and a 2.5. So 15 pounds? 580 perhaps?
Oh, this guy again.
We're gonna say 580. 575. Thank you for the clarification. 575 on the bar for Chris. Oh, and a cleaner. Okay. Okay, Chris. What we saw from Chris the first 2 attempts is he got it past the knees and kind of sat back down into the lift, which means once it broke his knees, he can kind of, not really rest the axle on his knees, but get a little bit repositioned with the bar resting on the thighs and then ramp it backwards using kind of that hitching motion to finish the lift. What we just saw from Chris there was a cleaner execution of the back end of the lift, which just frankly made it look easier. Weird to say for the third event, or the third attempt rather. We are starting to see some first attempts from some of our athletes here. Dave Dunn, hype man himself.
Calvin, what's the weight?
585.
Dave is opening at 585 pounds.
She's got it. They need to, I think it's going to be 370.
Dave getting strapped in here.
Oh.
Dave rolling the bar forward a little bit to generate some slack diffusion. Pretty good lift.
All right, Brandon Klein, you are up next at 585.
Staying at this 585 point.
And Julia, you'll be up after him.
I believe we're looking to see Brandon Klein. Brandon Klein getting strapped into the bar at 585. For reference, Brandon's one of our lightweight competitors, which is 198 pounds body weight. Ramping it up those thighs, as Brandon talked about. Successful lift at 585. Closing in on 3 times body weight for his first attempt. No big deal. Now Julia is no longer chasing the event win. She's looking for more points on the global leadership board.
Can't do a third attempt.
So we had 360 from the previous attempt here. I think we're moving up 10 more pounds to 370. Getting strapped in. Julia's giving the okay.
Come on! Light, come on.
There it is, let's go!
And we got it. It's going to do it for our women's super heavyweight division.
Up next at 585.
Great showing from that group. Coming up, Jerry.
All right.
Jerry's got 585 on the bar. I mean, I blinked, guys.
385 over here. Taylor Burby will be the one. Come on, Taylor.
Let's see what else Jerry's got for us.
You gave me 2 rules, guy. You want me to break one of them?
Approaching the lighter bar. Got a metal deadlift suit. Metal being the brand, not actually made of metal. God, that sounds awful.
Come on, babe.
Kaylin Furby making her first deadlift attempt, 385 pounds. This is well over 2 times body weight for this class and then some.
Kaylin Furby, weight 385.
Kaylin's getting set up on the bar. Getting herself ready on the axle.
Good work. Come on, Kaylin. All right, begin.
I see that same approach of rolling the bar forward a little bit, ripping it up the thighs for a successful lift. Awesome. Great work from Kaylin. Excited to see what else we get on the bar there.
All right, first up at 600, we got Robert Gregory.
Rob Gregory is going to be our first competitor to break the 600 barrier here. And Rob at the lightweight class is in 176 or below body weight.
Yeah, hips a little bit. Hips true. Down.
And a successful lift. And we'll see another example there. You heard the judge say hips on that one.
Half-inch more forward to get you.
What you hear there from the judging, I don't know if you can hear it in the background, but essentially what our judge was talking about, he wants to see the hips pushed all the way through to actually see the locked out deadlift. And these athletes are going to earn it. Just making sure we're getting the weights right for our next competitors here on the lighter bar. I think we're going to start seeing some big numbers.
Oh yeah, I liked it. We actually went there right after it. It was good. It was a good place.
I'm sure. Right.
Is that a red Congo ring? What
is that?
The red one. She's the worst customer service.
Jason Boyda at 400. And lead one after that, Hale Hawthorne.
We are about to see our first 400 pull, 400 pounds on the deadlift bar on our platform 2 here. Jason Boyda makes easy work of 400 pounds. Jason Boyda pulling well over 2 times his own body weight, making it look easy. We're seeing Dale Hawthorne coming up on deadlift platform number 1 here. Back in the 600s for Dale. Dale starting at 600 pounds. Seeing Dale strapped up. Break it off the plane. A little bit of fight on the way up. But a good lift for Dale.
I would like an orange.
Up next, in lane 2, we're going to 410.
You'll see on that side we've got Anthony kind of warming up. We talked about warm-up strategy before the log. Anthony just making sure he's got to pull every now and then to stay fresh. I don't know if we'll see him make his first attempt for some time here. So he's making sure he's not getting too cold on the sidelines.
I've been sitting on it.
Loading up the bar on platform 2.
Doug, you didn't get low enough.
I'm sorry.
You got your bald head.
I can't get any lower than that. I tried.
Making perfectly sure. I think we're looking at micro plates at this point, so I think we're getting what, 1 pound, maybe half a pound, 1 pound out of these little guys. Might as well just be large washers. Well, we'll talk about that in just a second, but although it may seem a little silly, this is strategy. We talked about no minimum weight jumps. There's no intervals that you specifically have to hit. So if you want to edge somebody out by half a pound, by 1 pound, that is your prerogative. Kaylin Furby's coming up for her second attempt. We got 385 out of Kaylin. The first one is pretty darn convincing. We're right at the knees for the starting position here. So if she can kind of pull it back and just stand it up, which she is able to do. 410 in the bag for Kaylin. It's a 25-pound jump for Kaylin. So we talked back about event selection. Generally speaking, it depends on the athlete, depends on the coach. Your second selection will be pretty close to your training max in the gym, which varies person to person. But generally, you want 3. If you're peaked properly, you want your third lift to be a bit of a PR. Generally speaking. So for our third events, or for our third selections rather, for some of these folks, we are going to see some max
600?
effort lifts. We've seen Austin Owens come out for his first deadlift selection at 600 pounds. Austin, we've already seen with a ridiculous log at his body weight, and now a ridiculous looking deadlift at his body weight. I think Austin wants a little bit of revenge. He wants, I don't think he's quite happy with what he put on the log, even though it's impressive as hell. I think he maybe wanted a little bit more. So maybe we're going to see some of that passion come out in these next 2 lifts from Austin. Get a little bit of revenge.
Oh, thank you.
We've got a secret. We've got a secret.
You're good.
We've got a secret weight for this athlete. This athlete did not want to hear what was on the bar. I think it was picked for her. I think this is on our Wonder. Like, we're going to see some nutty stuff. This is her first selection, her first attempt. Yana's starting at 440, and we won't tell her that until she's lifted it. Getting set up, pulling those feet in, opting to go barefoot to get as much pressure across the feet as possible. Bracing for it. Got it to the knees, ramping it up. A successful lift.
Anthony McCoy is up next from lane 1 at 600. Taylor Fergie will be up next at the same weight.
Great. I don't know if we're still hiding that from Yana yet, but great pull weight from Yana, 440. At the 181 class, that is well into 2+ times body weight. Now, what I want to see from the the weight selection for Yana, maybe a smaller jump for this one, because that first one, she's been standing around a while. She's in that suit. And Anthony McCoy just smoked 600 pounds for his first attempt. Yana, I would like to see maybe take a conservative jump for the second one. That was some pretty heavy effort for a first attempt. I think there's more than enough still in the tank, but we want each progressive selection to be stepwise, to borrow the phrase. Got Travis coming up for his attempt at 600 pounds. Travis Williams, his third attempt, jumping from 550 to 600. Starts off a little slow, but able to lock it out for a successful 600-pound deadlift. Fantastic from Travis. What you're going to see from a lot of our athletes is different foot distance from each other. Some people are taking a much wider stance. Some people, if you look at Kaylin here, who's setting up on the bar for 440, pay attention to the feet. A little bit narrower stance. This is another thing that's really personal preference. Breaks it from the plane, able to get it up to the thighs. If she can finish it up, it's a huge pull. 440 pounds.
These kids are stressing me out.
Almost 3 times her body weight. So Kaylin's day is done. Well-earned rest. Phenomenal showing from Kaylin here. We got a log of 110 pounds and 440 deadlift with a great total score.
605. Gotta give everything
We got Jerry coming out for his next attempt at 605. Jerry pulling some strategy here. This is a 20-pound jump, but if he gets it, everybody that pulled 600 has just gotten edged out by a couple pounds. So if this is a conservative jump and he's going for broke on event or on third selection, there we go. He has locked himself in at 605, beating the rest of the 600-pound lifts. Depending on where he goes for his next one. Depending on where Jerry goes after that. He's looking to make a big splash, but he's got a good safety net of points. Jake Chapman taking a similar approach. Going to try to edge out the 600-pound lifters with a 605-pound attempt. Jake Chapman almost falling backwards there. Just not generating enough upward force to counterbalance the bar pulling into himself with kind of that hitching style. So he wants to go straight up a little bit more because it's pulling. If you see his torso, it's kind of falling backwards a little bit. So he's relying on sitting into the deadlift. He needs to get his traps and his lats a little bit more involved. So he structurally has the bracing support to make that go straight up.
Oh no, that's right.
Now we're done. Come on, buddy. You got this. Come on. Go. Bring it on.
Let's see him start, and he's falling backwards.
Okay, buddy.
So third and final from Jake, making it at 565, which is still an insane deadlift. Just not able to generate enough upwards force to really get that bar in a good path of momentum to lock it out. So we got Dave Dunn coming up for his second deadlift attempt.
Jason Boyd at 455 pounds. Begin.
Pardon me, Jason Boyd's coming up 455, I believe I heard. For an easy lift. $55-pound jump for Jason. Now Dave Dunn's coming up. Dave is opting to take, I believe, a 25.5-pound jump for Dave. So you talk about those little cookies, those little washers on the end of the bar. They weigh almost nothing. However, that half a pound in the global rankings, in the local rankings here, it could be enough to differentiate between any other 610-pound deadlifters. So playing a little bit of the strategy game, if it pays off, I think we might want to see one more from Dave. It was a heavy pull from the looks of it, but I think there's more in the tank. I'd like to see a little bit more. Maybe another half-pound jump. Put some more washers on that bar.
Oh, it's like worse than putting a Qualifier on.
No, hold on.
Tightening our force. I said that to Ash. I said, try to put your belt on.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to listen.
What's the secret number?
Yeah. Very, very secret. That's a big pull.
Yana's coming up for her next attempt. This is her second event. Her coach is calling the shots. This is something that you'll see with really high-level athletes where just leave it up to the coach. Athlete, go execute. You don't even know the number on the bar. Just go rip it up. So Yana will tell you over here. It's 460 pounds on the bar, so a 20-pound jump. She doesn't know that, but everybody's about to when she pulls it. Needs to get just a little bit more force production out of the pull. If she can dip her hips a little bit lower to start the pull. Maybe not there right yet. We'll get another attempt. 30 seconds. So she's gonna give it another go here.
Come on! Right that floor! Come on!
If she can get her hips sunk a little bit lower and generate some more pressure off the floor. She's not there for that attempt, and that's okay. You've got a third attempt if she wants to try it again. You've got a third attempt there. Now this is when we talk about weight selection. She's gonna opt to not know yet.
Well, I heard the secret number.
The number that shall not be named.
And this is what I'm talking about, the importance of strategy and active coaching and active handling. When we get to a level like this, I don't want to sugarcoat it. This is insane weight. For the 185 class, or the 181 rather class, 440 is a big number, which is what was already pulled. So this next jump is even bigger.
I'm waiting for the cameras to switch.
Good call.
Yeah, you can go now. Brandon's not up.
So this is one of the calculated risks. It sounds like Yana's got a handler and a coach.
Yeah.
So she has another shot at it. Has to stay at this weight. Folks, if you're not seeing it, what's basically happening on Yana's side is coaching is trying to get her back in the mindset for this third pull. She knows what weight she's going for now. And we'll talk about that in a second as we switch to Brandon Klein's attempt at 615 pounds.
Get it done. Go, Dave. Let's go. Come on.
Now Brandon's really leaning back into it. What we're seeing with some of these lifts, that bar is not past his knees stationary. What you're looking at is Brandon's trying to pull it backwards and into himself like a hitching movement. And I think we're losing a little bit of consciousness there. Or just slipping. He's trying to pull it up his knees and kind of ramp it up his knees a little bit, but it hasn't yet broken the knees. It hasn't broken that point. He's gonna get mad at it. Let's see if he can generate enough force to break it past the knee plane and then work its way up the thighs. And it's just not there. So folks, what we're seeing is basically he's trying to pull it in towards him, which would work if he got past his knees. But since his shins are upright and those knees are basically just blocking the pull, instead of the force generating going straight up, I'm gesturing up with my hands at this point. Instead of generating the force straight up, it's kind of a diagonal line pulling in towards his shins, which is just a wall, the way that he's set up. It'll work if he gets it past his knees, but that's kind of the risk of training with the intent to hitch. So we'll see Dale Hawthorne attempt 615 here. First one was 600. He breaks the floor. All right. And a solid finish. So that's a good example. Dale's got a strong finish. Off the floor is just a little bit more challenging. So if you can break that plane and work it the rest of the way up, that's a good lift. Coming up to the platform, we've got Jerry's third attempt. Jerry Howison, great showing on the log. 585, 605. We've moved up to 620, so a 15-pound jump. See if we... no, not happening. Jerry's going to call it. Smart move. That's his veteran move. Save it. Yep, save it for OSG. As we mentioned at the log, Jerry's on his way to OSG in a couple months. The official strongman games, the world finals for weight class strongman. So this is a fun little fun little stop on the tour. Does not want to get himself in bad shape for that. It's a smart move from Jerry. Great showing by Jerry too. Dalton Reese. Oh, just looks like a warm-up rep for Dalton. 620 pounds.
All right, next up, same weight, Grant Moore, 120 pounds.
Grant Moore trying to match him at 620 with a great clean lift and trying to break the subfloor of the place on the way down.
Next up, we're going to have Yana take her next attempt at the weight.
All right.
How dare you? No matter what, you don't get this now. Don't worry about it.
Yana is making her third and final attempt. This is secret's out. It's 460 pounds. She knows. We all know now. And this is where some of the event selection or the weight selection is going to pay off or not pay off. The first attempt at 440, from an effort perspective, if you're familiar with the RPE scale, the rate of perceived exertion, perception-wise, that first lift looked extremely heavy. And it was, nothing to take away from that. But if that is approaching 95, 98% of her max for the first attempt, it gets you great points on the board to start. Doesn't give you a lot of travel room past that. So let's see if she can kind of overcome that barrier.
Let's go. Come on!
She knows what it feels like now.
I don't remember.
She's had a little bit of time.
Get with it!
I think half of her lungs are made of ammonia now.
Everything you got! Come on! Get locked in. Come on!
This will be a heck of a lift. 460 for Yana.
Come on!
We'll try to roll it into
Yana's going to take a second to compose herself.
Use that anger, come on! Use that anger! Come on! Let the money out, come on!
Rolling it into her, not breaking the floor. Just not there. Just not there. 440 is still a heck of a lift. And we have a nosebleed, and she's very excited about it. Only in strongman, folks.
I don't know.
How cool is that?
Anthony does this. Anthony likes to bring up blood
Oh, that's fantastic. So Yana's done for the day. Heck of a showing. Heck of a showing. She's going to end the day with an aggregate total about 550 pounds. Absolutely bananas. You're seeing Dave Dunn not taking a half-pound jump. Dave going for 620 on the dot. Rolls it in. Oh! Finished 620. What a lift. 620, that's a solid looking attempt 3. Great showing. Great showing. About halfway through these athletes' attempts at this point. Starting to move into some, I mean, it's all been heavyweight, let's be honest. But we've got Hunter Shackelford with an easy-looking 465-pound deadlift.
Hey, what's up? That's a good call.
Plenty of weight to continue to move for Hunter here. We're going to see Dale Hawthorne's third and final attempt here. We've seen 600 from him. We've seen 615 from him.
I don't know what time he's leaving. What time did he leave?
We've seen 635 from Dale last year at Static Monsters.
Yeah, that works.
So it's in there. Going for a cheeky 620.5. Whoa!
I should be, if I'm not out of here, you can drop it.
A successful lift from Dale. Off the floor, it looked a little shaky, but gosh, when he got past the knees, that finishing power, those hips, those glutes pushing through, enough to lock it out for a
I will. But
for a 0.5 lead under Dave Dunn, over Dave Dunn rather.
drop him off
Hunter, here's your section.
Hi. How are you? You look busy. You look busy. Yeah. Freaky Grayson just texted me. He said because he's looking for all the costumes.
We've got Austin coming back up for his 635-pound attempt. Austin, if you remember, started with 600, so this is a 35-pound jump.
take the girls over to her house.
Austin looking to reclaim some space from the log. Austin's breaking it a little bit past the knees, but let's see if he can recenter himself. Looks just a little bit misgrooved and hyped up.
It's on the
Gets it past. Oh. There we go. He's got time. And now we're seeing
and if you leave before this is over,
some of the difficulty of training for a hitch. Judge calling for a cleanup of the platform. I think what's happening is there's just maybe a bit of chalk powder on the platform, which is making a little bit of a slick surface, depending on what kind of footwear you're choosing. I think a bit of a potential nosebleed situation too, which is going to make it not necessarily slippy, but not exactly what you're looking for on the platform.
once he did that.
So that was Austin's second attempt. We'll see if he comes back out for a third. I think he's got it in him.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
But kind of like we were talking about, this is the risk of training with a hitch. For an elevated deadlift, if you train with a hitch, but if you can't get into that initial hitch starting point, so for some of these athletes it's right past the knees, some athletes need to get a little bit further, and you decide to lean back, kind of ride the bar up your thighs. If you don't have that grooved and stabilized, you can lean back and kind of lose your balance. We talk about that energy leakage that kind of comes into play. You want the bar going up. Kind of an obvious statement, but rather than having it move diagonally, experiencing friction moving up your thigh, you want the energy focused on pulling it up, not into you necessarily. If you train with a hitch, that pretty much locks you into that style. So we're going to see Jason Boyd with 480 pounds on the bar. 25-pound jump for Jason. We've seen 400, we've seen 455. Oh, yeah. Awesome showing from Jason. We're seeing Landon at 480. Landon just comes out and smokes 480. Is that what we talked about? What do you want to have happen for your first lift? Do you want to have a confidence-boosting, easy rep? What do you want to do from a points perspective? We've got Austin coming back up to attempt 635. Let's get some hype behind him here. He's opted to take the socks off. Oh, and he's got it. Hey! Wow! Now that's a great example. We just talked about it. He was able to get it past the knees and then a little bit more. When he started his hitch, he was stable enough. Also, what could have gone into it is he's barefoot, so he's got a little bit more grip on the floor. So he was able to lean back a little bit more and actually activate kind of the drive for that hitching to start. It wasn't exactly a choppy, rampy hitching, but just that direction of travel for the bar was able to be more stable as it went up. So Austin with a successful 635 deadlift. That's going to be a wrap on Austin's day. Heck of a way to end it too. 635 for a comebacker.
Oh, there we go, come I'm an equipment lifter. It's the same thing with me. I had to sell my version of this because I just didn't do the research. I had to stand there and just have someone to do this side and do this side and come back to the other side. By the time they get it all set, my legs are all
Just getting some weight settled for the next couple athletes here coming out. We're kind of rejiggering the second deadlift platform here as we're approaching, I want to say, the 500 mark for some of these athletes. We just hit 480 on that second platform here. We're just adjusting the weights so they fit better on the bar. Got Hunter Shackelford making a 35-pound jump for his second attempt, 500 pounds. Hunter's one of our 231 athletes. So again, it bears repeating. More than 2 times his body weight on a bar. Oh. There we go. Nice recovery from Hunter. Got a little hyped and I think lost his balance a little bit, and he was able to solidify that stability up at the top. You heard the judge maybe call for hips to push through. He wasn't quite locked out, but he did manage to recover that lift. Great presence of mind and focus to stay there on the platform and finish it out. We're seeing Anthony McCoy starting to get hyped up for a 650-pound deadlift attempt. 650 pounds on the bar on platform 1 here.
Come on, you got this. Come on.
I know. Let's go.
Anthony really getting himself set up.
Come on, Anthony, you got this.
Now, Anthony's lifting in, traditionally, they look like Nike Metcons, which are more cross-training shoes. They still have a solid platform on the base, but traditionally, you're going to look for a pretty flat foot. Just not able to get the 650 here. And we'll see if he can take a second and get composed and try for another one. Oh, he's just going one more time. He's got time to make another attempt, it sounds like. So he's reconfiguring his equipment setup. Getting strapped in, taking the shoes off. Now he's got a little bit less distance to travel on the bar. He's got more stability on the foot, even distribution. And maybe just not enough time, but that last attempt looked solid from a fourth generation perspective on the floor. So if he comes back out, look for him to use that same equipment setup. Get more hyped, more focused, and get that 650 attempt. Landon's coming out for a 500. I was gonna say 510-pound attempt, but making it look pretty pedestrian. He's got points on the board at 510, 480 before that, and he just called out 550 for his third and final. So let's give him a minute.
Gary Thomas is up next to 91. Go, Gary. Go, Gary. Come on.
Come on, Gary.
Go, Gary.
So your first attempt from Gary Thomas here.
Let's go. Keep going.
650 pounds, just looking like his presses, looking like he didn't skip a beat.
Sorry, it was a shit show.
You're seeing a Hunter Shackelford come up for his third attempt. Making another jump. 535 pounds. We've seen 465, we've seen 500 go up pretty easy for Hunter. So let's see, this is hopefully PR territory, you have to think. Looking for him to get hyped. Oh, push those hips through. Oh, what a fight. What a fight. Now That to me looks like a man incredibly focused, incredibly disciplined through the lift. I don't think he's much of a practiced hitcher, which makes it all the more impressive. I think he basically stiff leg deadlifted that bar up to the hip region, and then to finish it out, he had the presence of mind to start ramping it backwards and hitching it a little to actually finish it for a good lift. So really impressive stuff there. Probably made it through about 75% of our athletes for the deadlift at this point. So Landon in our 231 class is going to make his final attempt at 550 pounds. 510 looked like a breeze. 550 looked hard, but incredibly solid.
You have to go home first.
So that rounds out. We've still got 2 athletes in the middleweight class who have yet to start their first attempt. And some of our heavyweights we haven't even seen just yet. So I'm tracking about 7 folks that have yet to start their deadlifts or still have attempts to make. 7 or 8 folks.
Lane 2 is done. We're moving on to lane 1 forward.
So what you just may have heard call out is lane 2, the lighter deadlift bar at the moment rather. It is done. So that's going to be used as a warm-up bar going forward. We're going to focus in on lane 1, where you're seeing Anthony McCoy attempt his second shot at 650. So Anthony, kind of like we expected.
Let's go, Anthony, come on.
Keeping the shoes off. Same equipment setup as last time. Got a little bit more time to get settled and focused on it. So let's see if, based on this new gear setup, he can kind of get his head around what he needs to do for this 650 pull. We saw his best attempt on the end of the time limit there for event number 2, for selection number 2 rather, attempt 2. So Anthony's in position. He's ready to start his lift. Anthony needs to just commit to the pull. It's just not happening today. That's all right. 650 pounds. I don't need to tell anybody. 650 pounds is a ton of weight. So athlete Anthony McCoy finishing with 600 pounds on the deadlift is his official score. Our next athlete coming up is Grant Moore. This is going to be his second attempt. 655 pounds.
She was excited.
The 35-pound jump, his first attempt, looked pretty smooth. 620 pounds went up easy. So let's see what another 35 pounds looks like.
Just make sure you, when they're like actually lifting, don't walk into it. Right now, don't walk. Since he's done, you can go, but this is something that
Grant needs to get his hips down a little bit further to start this pull. It's going to take a second. I think that, folks, if you've never deadlifted, I mean, just flat out, the amount of blood pressure that kind of is a net result of deadlifting to begin with is intense. It's one of the hardest things you can do. So when you're trying to max that out, exceed the limits of what you've done so far, there's not a lot of words to describe how intense it is on the body. That's why you'll see a lot of times at the higher levels and even some of the local shows here, you'll see nosebleeds, you'll see petechia around the eyes, which is just broken blood vessels and little poked capillaries in the forehead. It's intense. There's a lot of pressure up there. It's an uncomfortable place to be. So unsuccessful 655. for Grant. We'll see if he comes back with another attempt. What we saw from Grant, we're kind of seeing some coaching in the background too, and they're spot on. Grant's hips were very high.
We have less competitors. We're going to give them just a couple minutes.
Grant's hips were really high starting that deadlift. So what that doesn't give room to do is really get the hamstrings and the quads involved in the lift as much as you might want to. You're really kind of reliant on pushing the glutes through and the lower back, kind of those erectors at the bottom. And that's an over-reliance that you don't want for a deadlift. The further down you can get those hips to start that, the more power you're generating off the floor. So if I'm coaching Grant right now, I'm trying to get his starting position just a little bit lower. If he breaks it off the floor, I believe Grant can absolutely finish it up. But if he can start that deadlift with his hips lower, he can generate the power he needs to actually break it up and finish the lift.
Deadlift's stressful. People hitch it the way that they hitch it, and especially like Chris Whitson. Yeah.
We're seeing Grant Moore come back to attempt a 655. Let's see if he can get those hips down. Oh. He's breaking it off the floor. I think he's got it. If he can get those hips. Now he's calling it. Good on Grant. All right, we're going to take a little bit more time between events here. I think as we're winding down,
15 minutes.
we're gonna leave the atmosphere a little bit, or we're gonna leave the commentary a little bit more atmospheric because it's gonna get pretty loud and pretty hyped, and we're right next to the action here, so we will have the graphics up. We'll keep the athlete focus front and center.
I don't know.
But we're gonna let the actions really speak for themselves here.
660.
Already, and they're 6-4.
We literally put our hand on it. You couldn't. Come on. Who's up first? All right. First up, Floyd.
Just sitting around for so long, just doing that cold stuff.
Sorry, my voice is good.
Yeah, I blocked the sound. Sound block.
All right, up on the board. Floyd Shackelford, 685 pounds. Let's go, Floyd.
Wait, tell me.
Yeah. Come on, Floyd. Let's go. Get everywhere. Get it tight. Come on. Yeah.
Told you didn't matter.
I like to take the barbell, lay on my back. You can't squat or something, you gotta have loads. And I lay flat on my back, and I do a floor press with, say, 2.5. I kick my feet up, my feet on my feet. I lay my arms back, and I do presses. Then I have my loaders. The loaders, I have them get to 515, do that for 2 reps, and I try to stop right there. The goal is to get to 600. I made it where it's been right. I can do that. So I'll probably have maybe 400 now. But I've messed up so many times. You have to learn how to move your head, how you just have to, because you know where that barbell's going. If it goes this way, I know that it's going to keep going back this way, so I can keep with my feet. So my wife, she was at the, I can't watch it. My mother, she was
Up on the board, we got Frank Wilmer.
Is that money?
685.
Go, Frank.
Hurt yourself.
Come on, Frank.
Come on, Frank.
You have to be careful. I get you're an old man. That's what they tell me. Yeah. Especially when I have a big old beard. I would act like I was 7. You know? Walk in the gym. Pick up 600 pounds and
Down.
tough.
Yeah, you are.
You're tough.
You don't know you are, but you are.
Floyd, Frank, make sure you let me know your
Yes, you did. Yeah, they did. Every one of them. They know you from motorcycle. And I was like, yes, you do. I said, stop. And I said, but you get to say at the end of the day, if you I remember my first time you're doing your start. Oh yeah. Yeah. What about the guy from Chili Monster? He's the sweetest. He comes up, he grabs my head and about rips it off me. He's so strong.
Gary Thomas, 700 pounds.
Gary.
He starts thinking things like, I'm taking
Gary.
Pull that shit. Come on. Okay.
It's okay, Gary. Way to be smart. No one to pull. No one to walk away. No one to run. Great job. 7.
I've got the other 2 years I got. This year, I went 650, 670.
Clearly all the time.
205.
Like, even when it's working, he's kind of training.
Yeah, that's
Come on, Brady. Come on, hamstrings. Come on, Brady. Good, Brady.
Brady! Let's go, Brady! Come on! Come on, Brady! Go! Come on! Come on, Brady! Go, Brady! Up! He's wrong. Come on.
Get it off the floor, Brady. Off the floor.
Come on, James, pick it up. There.
All right. Same weight. Shane Adams coming up to the bar.
7.
710.
Did he answer? She said, yeah.
You know when you're strapped in, just go.
3 days, but I end up usually doing 6, 8, 9 total hours.
Good.
It's the cardio days. I want to do cardio for an hour and the rest for an hour.
Nice job.
I know, me too.
Just because I take my advanced class. It is. They only have like a handful of people, and most of the time, they just periodically show up.
Thanks, you
That
too.
was
But it
710.
helps me flexibility in my heart rate. Never do that again.
Don't do that.
All right. Out of 2.5.
No. I didn't. I just felt so
It is.
This is the sub-masters group, so me and the masters were over here. They can't look.
Your fellow masters don't mind this. You don't have to worry about this camera. Hey, you know what? Think about it.
Next, we have Don Reese, 715 pounds, which I imagine is going to move very quickly.
You say that every time. I told him 700.
I forgot about that. Local gym. Your deadlift. You know, been using deadlift and working on it. monsters.
You realize that we were right.
I actually I love when you kind of watch it. You're like, yeah, what?
Especially when I had that weird down You're repping out there, man.
Yeah, I'm not gonna train her. I've seen what she does.
I would have had 5. I would have had 5.
Saying that, but it is. Yeah, it doesn't matter what background you're from. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go sit here for a little bit and find out what the family's out there. I'm sure we're gonna have some good eat. And then we're gonna
James Brady, that's national.
Better get this, Brady. Hey, you're silly.
there you go. You just want to relax.
Come on, Brady.
Come on, Brady.
You gonna do what? Raid. Oh yeah?
What do you play?
Let's go, man.
I used to play. Was it Pelly's game?
Come on.
Come on, Brady.
Come on.
Do this. Come on.
Come on. Get your hips down.
My husband plays ball, and he still plays. He doesn't
Oh, that right there, yeah. Oh man. I need a big steak.
And I got over it, and I made a couple of
Who's up?
Lloyd Shackelford, 725.
Thank you. I got Anthony's vibes problem. I didn't make it to the next round. It was Anthony.
Is Sean gone for the day?
I was what? Yeah, he had to peace out.
And then are we done with this camera?
It's not hard.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Come on.
Yeah, it's a mess. NMORTC, I can't remember MMO. Mass media?
Come on. Come on.
So our other pastime in our house is video games. I'm obsessing with freaking Mario Party Tournament right now.
This done too.
That's about us.
I go maybe
So you can hear it on the tube. Hi, everybody. It's me. Guess it.
That's crazy. I heard they did a lot of good stuff with the TV industry.
Saves the day.
Do it. Third attempt on the full set.
Let's go, Frank. Come on, guys. Come on. Come on, Frank.
Come on, Frank.
Let's go, Frank.
Come on, Frank.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on, Frank. Come on.
Highlight from my
All cylinders firing.
World of Warcraft days was going to BlizzCon with my husband before he was my husband. I got to go the year that Tenacious D played. It was I also made friends with the bartender at the hotel.
Because the handshake is right
Put it on
the
my
quads.
saved on alcohol.
Pick it up, Frank. Come on. How long?
I had like screens set up. 40 seconds. We didn't want to walk around.
Move!
Come on, Frank.
Come on, Frank. Let's go, Frank. You got this.
Come on. Clear the knees.
Come on, Frank.
Come on, Frank.
Go, Frank.
20 seconds.
Let's go, Frank. Let's go. Clear the knees. Let's go.
Come on, Frank.
Yeah, those are
You done?
So the girl was gonna just scarf down the hand.
You want another shot at that, Frank? You done? You want another shot at that, Frank? You done?
Preparation.
Done? Okay.
Take it before you start.
Make it sure.
All right, we're going to 750 next. Can I get a couple minutes? Yeah. So you'll be out there.
Hang time with this, guys. We're getting close to the end of the day. We're going to take a couple of minutes between attempts so people can recover.
We're at 725. What's up?
Floyd is, yeah. I just had my car for ambient noise. Okay. Yeah, we're good.
Floyd is one strong deadlifter. And you wouldn't,
Huh?
you wouldn't know he's pulling this by looking at him.
He's kind of like Hooper, where he's just really like, yeah, he doesn't look overly muscular either. He doesn't, like, even when he's like hanging out, he doesn't look overly muscular either. But he played college ball. Pops? Might be in the bathroom. Okay. Where is that old guy? I looked at Gary like 3 times on accident.
Oh, Gary.
Oh, that's an old man. Oh, that's not the right one. Damn it, they're everywhere.
You can't differentiate them. No, I won't. I'm like one of those people. I'm like, I want to get like Floyd's a middle.
You ready?
All right.
Wow, good for him.
It's actually really good.
Coming up for 750 pounds. Floyd Shackelford.
I work with them.
Make sure.
Go, Floyd. Come on, got this.
Dig in. Lats.
One of my
Brace. Feet. Let's go.
they're used to a place called the Rusty Bucket. Used to. They closed, but they were the best fried chicken.
It was all I had. 725.
I told him you're the strongest sport in the world. I guarantee it.
I'll take it.
I guess for Mayweather's
A little bit more on the top.
You Floyd Jr.?
Another favorite? Yeah, there's a couple more. I don't give a shit.
Okay, wait, we should get a sound bite of that so you can play it for your dad. I bet that kid is asking you. All right, are you ready? All right, coming up with his opener at 760 pounds, Anthony Jones.
Come on! You got it, man.
the fire.
Rip me.
You get a head knock when you're locked in.
Yes, come on. Come on.
Down.
Shane Adams for up next to 7-6. What? Good. That's why I'm here.
Shane Adams, 760 pounds. Come on, Shane. Go, Shane. Good? Begin. Pull, come on. Come on.
Gotta get it.
Taylor was at 760.
Yes.
All right, what do you want to hear?
I'm gonna do 8:30 next.
8:30.
Wait, you want 0.5?
Yeah, let's do 8:30.5.
You want to go 8:30.5?
Are you going for 8:30 in a second? What do you want for your third? Just go 8:30. Let's go 780. Is that a PR?
Might as well get a second one then. That's another 70 pounds.
Might pull those off. Like that.
Yeah, don't worry, I'm feeling it too. Cleaning that log twice kind of hurt.
Yeah. Is that your gun, Ed? He doesn't hit. He's dying right now. I'll just strap into it.
Yeah? Go ahead.
Can we do a belt?
Locks on, no belt.
Yeah.
Locks on, no belt.
Don't stare.
I'll do some dumb shit.
Good. Strap in, guy.
Shut up, Anthony.
He's thinking about it. Yeah.
The problem is that I am strong enough to pull that cord. But you shouldn't. I don't want to.
Where they
Good to 945 pounds.
I got a little bit of fun. I wanted to see where it was. I'm not doing that.
It's only 5 pounds over.
What was it like? What was it like 700 last year? When I picked up and walked it back there? Ready? All right, coming up for 780 pounds. Go. Shane Adams is 37. Go.
You said 760 was already PR, so. This will be a
Ready?
double PR.
Begin. Come on. Come on. Small.
Good
Lost
attempt.
position on that, bud. Good.
Great attempt.
See how this moves.
What's your PR?
There's going to be a third Z tonight.
Have you ever tested me? What was your deadlift?
Don't touch it.
Thanks, man. You heard?
That was How much of a difference do you think it is?
Pure games, just take it.
Are you relying on different muscles?
Further away from it,
Where do you want to side? Yeah, just watching the shootout.
I think actually how much different than regular deadlift for me.
All right.
50 pounds.
Coming up for a second attempt. Anthony Jones, 830 pounds.
70 pounds.
Come on, Anthony. Come on, Anthony. Begin. Yeah, buddy. Easy, buddy. There you go. Now. Yeah.
Once he got it off the floor, very smooth. Josh, shout out to Josh Hendrickson, 580 barbell.
That's kind of hard.
I'd say 850 if I was going to do one of those two based on what I just saw.
Yeah.
I think 850 of a shot at. I think 860 would be stable.
Hey, Taylor, can I steal that from you? Really, it's just Anthony left.
Let's go 860.
Yeah. 10 or 5. 10 or 5. All right. We're getting ready for the last lift of the day. He's going for 860 pounds. So we're just going to go ahead and give him 5-8 minutes to go ahead and recoup on that, and then we'll be finishing up with this. Thank you all for your patience and sticking around.
Do
you have water over there?
Yeah, great. What's up, dude? Would you be able to wipe off the 5 on one?
Yeah, I don't know why.
Hey, it wasn't just me, okay? Now, my feet were slipping on that down leg. I appreciate it.
Give me that cleaner, Brian.
Hey, now. What you want now?
Never mind, we're good. What? You are? Oh no!
He didn't let us down.
I wonder when you get paid up.
Schedule. I was thinking 2 or 3.
Yeah, 227. Look at that.
It's probably not.
I can control them here, so they rotate. So.
I mean, you can even just, this one will be pointed right at it too, so you can zoom in a little bit.
Sure. Whatever you want to do.
Yeah, I have
welcome to our gym.
This is beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is great.
I like this place.
Great location. I told him the drive was beautiful. It's only an hour from our house. We just come through Columbiana, get on the left.
Ride 580 if you want to come down and some deep train with us. I was looking at day passes. You guys are
Thank you. We appreciate that. Hey, same here. That's awesome. It's nice going to different gyms and seeing how different people lift and their techniques and movements. It's always good to use different day.
Dig in for this. Let's go. Begin. Easy pull. Come on.
And you got no one to pull, no one to walk away.
All right. Now it's time for us to figure out who won what and how things went. I can't talk. Give me like 5 minutes.
What are these? Holes. Holes I never had. You're lost. Are these blueberry? I don't know. Blueberry's my favorite flavor. So I can't eat blueberry. No.
that better?
Yeah,
A little
that's
bit
good.
more like center frame.
Yeah, good.
All right. We have a lot of 8-weight classes today, so we're gonna have some repeat people because we have a 40 plus and 50 plus podiums as well to do for both men and women. So we're gonna start with the ladies' classes, lightest to heaviest, and then we're gonna go age groups after that. In the 137.5 pound class, we had Caroline Dunn with a total of 435 pounds. Smiley. Yay. All righty. In the women's middleweight, in the 159.5 class, with a total of 550 pounds, with Kaylin Furby. And hop up there. All righty.
Stay up there.
No, she's the only one.
Oh.
In the 181.5 class, with a total of 555, we had Jana Wunderlich. Alrighty. And then in the open class, in second place with a total of 450, we had James Whitman. Up there. And then in first place with a total of 470 with Julia Penrod. I think you'll just be, I don't think anybody here is tall enough to really worry about it. There you go.
I do not like boxes.
All right, you guys don't go too far because you both are going to have to move down one.
Yeah, just call Jana.
In the 40 plus class, in third place we had Jamie, and then we had Julia, and then we had Jana in first place in the 40 plus class.
Oh, yay!
You can take both.
I can't.
Oh no, this should be medals. These are medals.
I thought 50 was.
Is it? Yes, you're right. Sorry, 40 plus. Yes. 40 plus gets these.
Can't argue with the wife. You never win.
All right.
I feel like we just did that.
There we are.
These were 50s.
And then you also get another one. All righty. You got a day.
Then we have lightweight, middleweight, and then the 40 plus.
And then going into the men's classes. In the under 176 pound class, in third place with a total of 205, we had Justin Middlehurst.
Hey!
We really tried on that deadlift.
Nice job, nice job.
In second place, we had Robert Gregory. And then in first place, we had Chris Witzel with 800. Put my hand up on this. Yep, on the good knee. There we go. All right, guys. And then moving on to the under 198 pound class. In third place with a total of 865 pounds, we had Dave Dunn. With a total of 870.5. We had Dale Hawthorne in second. And then in first place with a total of 900, we had Austin Owens. All right.
I guess.
Going on to middleweight under 230 class. In third place, we had 845 pounds for Jerry Howison. In second place with 935 pounds, we had Frank Womer. And in first place with a total of 1,000 pounds, we had Floyd Shackelford.
That's a box.
There you go. That man still is young and has nice knee health.
I haven't done that in 20 years.
All righty. Moving on to our big boy class. In third place with a total of 1,010 pounds, we had Shane Adams.
Yay!
In second place with a total of 1,015 pounds, we had Dalton Reese.
Yeah. Uncle Jimmy.
Sandbagger of the year. In first place with a total of 1,185 pounds, Anthony Jones.
Yeah.
What's a big ball?
You're good.
All righty. Moving on into
Jump, Anthony.
You're moving on to your old man.
Yeah.
into the Masters classes. In 50-plus Masters, or no, 40-plus Masters, sorry. We had in third place with a total of 840 pounds, we had Anthony McCoy. In second place with a total of 845 pounds, we had Jerry Howison. And in first place with a total of 880 pounds, we had Gary Thomas. First and second will stay where they're at. Third's going to change up. Hand up. There you go.
Nice job.
All right. All right. Well, you're going to stay there. And you hop down. And then in third place in the 50-plus, we also have Robert Gregory, 695 pounds. Very good. Yay! And then second and first. Yeah, sure. All right. Nice. Nice job, guys. Give a hand to everybody who came out today. Sweat for it. Some people bled for it. And we had a good time. Thank you all. Hopefully we see you all next year. Hope you had fun.